the National Investor Education Week. We started on Sunday, and we conclude tomorrow. Today is a full day where we will go through a series of how-tos in order to stimulate the market. To start the day, as we always do, we're going to ask Charlene Steer, Marketing Officer, Jamaica Stock Exchange Group, to come and lead us in prayer.
Good morning. Let us pray. Father, we thank you because you're God and sovereign. And we recognize that those things that last forever, it's what you have blessed. And so we invite your blessings on today's open house for investors' education. We thank you, Lord, that there is no distance in prayer. So whether the person is physically present here at the Jamaica Stock Exchange premises or online, across the universe, this prayer will touch their lives. And so this morning, our prayer is that every person will be blessed. That, Lord God, we will receive what we come for, that is, to be equipped with knowledge that we can achieve financial independence. We pray, oh God, that your life-giving power will pour upon our minds and advance the presentations of the presenters, that each person will have the exact knowledge they need, oh Lord, to be able to achieve their destinies in good faith. We pray, oh God, that the material presented today will bring value to the novices and also value to those who are experienced investors. Let your spirit of excellence overshadow us. That, Lord, those who are sleeping will be awake. Those who have been careless about their finances, oh Lord God, will be alert to the need to be disciplined and to work towards their destinies. And Father, we pray those who have been diligent, give them victory in their enterprises in Jesus' name. We thank you for all the presenters, all the companies that have come on board to sponsor this event, that it shall be a success as we have done throughout the course of this National Investor Education Week. We pray, oh God, that the success that we shall achieve will bring you utmost glory. Be with us today, and let it be a good day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Charlene. It has already been a very successful week with 2 more days to go, today and tomorrow. On Sunday, we started with our church service at East Queen Street Baptist Church. Monday, we had an outside broadcast where we had several persons presenting throughout the day. Tuesday, we had our business conference where we spoke to starting listing on the Junior Stock Exchange, and we partnered with the Jamaica Manufacturers and Exporters Association on a very significant seminar on listing on the Junior Exchange. Last night, we engaged the diaspora and took their questions and went through the entire process of how to trade online, how to buy and sell, etc. And we had sponsors participating from across the financial sphere, including the FSC, Barita Investments, NCB Capital Markets, JDIC, Sagicor Investments, FHC Investments. So we're thankful for our partners again. So today, we have another full program. And again, we will hear about investing in real estate. We hear from a member of the brokerage community how to buy and sell shares. Alternate investments, a new investment asset class. We'll also hear some more about the operations of the JCSD and the mandate. Patrice will be here from Barita as well to speak about IPOs and the opportunities therein. And of course, again, we'll speak more about online trading and wealth creation from FHC Investment. So it should be a very good day. And to do our official welcome, I will ask our Marketing and Communications Manager, Mr. Neve Ellis, to come and move the official. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Andre. Mr. Andre Gooden, our Group Business Development Manager, Jamaica Stock Exchange, Ms. Davika Hamilton, Realtor, Sagicor Property Services, Ms. Kerry-Ann Newman, Investment Manager, Barita Investments Limited, Ms. Patrice Minot, Senior Investment Advisor, Barita Investments Limited, Mr. Kevin Powell, Principal, JCE Campus, Ms. Danielle Folks, Senior Wealth Advisor, NCB Capital Markets Limited, Ms. Tamika Ricketts, Assistant Manager, Registrar Services Unit, Mr. Dexter Tolo, JC Loyalty Program Administrator, Mrs. Karen Mullins, General Manager, FHC Investments Limited, and Ms. Charlene Steer, Marketing Officer, JC, who prayed for us, and we really appreciate that. Media, ladies and gentlemen, those online, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that sounds much better. This week, the Jamaica Stock Exchange began its hosting of its 15th National Investor Education Week. Today is our open house, and we are delighted to have you face-to-face and online. The National Investor Education Week is a planned week of activities that is designed to assist the public by raising awareness about the importance of investor education and protection covered by securities regulation. The world has seen unprecedented challenges. However, we need to look at the evergreen song for consolation. The evergreen song is that into each life some rain must fall. Tells the tales of resilience, that while we cannot control just how much it rains, the decision is ours to allow ourselves to get wet or bring out the umbrella. The rain, of course, is the challenging times that we all face. We can now take the approach of preparedness into a lifestyle conscious of creating a plan for the future, making smart investments as the JCs bring into the public, the knowledge and the skills that will assist prudent persons to achieve their financial goals in challenging times. The National Investor Education Week was launched in September 2007 by the JC with a mandate to educate the population on the importance of savings and investments as a way to wealth creation. The stock market recognized that investment in financial knowledge pays the best dividend, and that persons who are financially literate generally make better savings and investment decisions. Economists worldwide agree that savings and investments by individuals are important both to personal wealth creation and economic growth. However, a few months after the launch of our National Investor Education Week, the world was in turmoil. That is, in 2008, the headlines read, Black Monday crash, the markets in disarray, recession 2008 compared to the Great Depression, financial crisis, the great crash of 2008, and on it went throughout the year. However, in 2008, the JC made 5 very important moves. The JC fully demutualized on April 1 and became the only demutualized exchange in the Caribbean. We went on to establish the Regulatory Market Oversight Committee and the Regulatory Market Oversight Division. The company subsidiary, JCSD, introduced JCSD Trustee Services. In September, the JC celebrated its first National Investor Education Week. And there was a 6th one. We launched the stock market game for high school. And Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you how strategic these moves were. In 2009, as the financial crisis deepened, the JC continued to build. We launched a junior market on April 1, 2009. This is not an April Fool's Day joke. You can check that all the products the JC launched on April 1 throughout the years have been very successful. I tell you these stories in the face of hard times that you need to prepare. That study that you put off, start to do it. Do it now. The savings and investment that you had delayed because you don't think you had the money, start doing it now. That investment you're wishing to happen, start the research now. The business you're planning to start, lay the foundation now. Why this is important? By 2012, the world was coming out of the financial crisis. And by 2015, the JC was accorded by Bloomberg the best performing exchange, that is 2015. This did not happen by chance. Preparation were being made in those very difficult times. Persons had better access to market information. More companies were being listed on the markets, especially junior market, which was now performing phenomenally. By 2018, we were the best performing stock exchange once more. So you can see all of this didn't happen by chance. In 2008, we had 50,000 accounts. Today, we have over 280,000 accounts. Ladies and gentlemen, this didn't happen by chance. The preparation was being made during the very difficult times. So what I'm saying, during the difficult times that we're facing, we're just coming out of a pandemic, let us make the preparation. And once we make the preparation, success will be guaranteed. Because if we fail to prepare, we're going to prepare to fail. But once we make that preparation, we will be able to make use of the opportunities that lies ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, during these very difficult times, make your preparation, and the rest will be history. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Never Ellis. Manager of Marketing and Communication, certainly giving us a good history there from what has happened since we started National Investor Education Week. All right, we're going to get right into the presentations now. I see a lot of eager people online, so to make the best use of the time, we are going to now invite Kerry-Ann Newman, Investment Manager, Barita Investments, to guide us through the process of purchasing and selling shares. Welcome, Kerry-Ann. Take the mic.
All right, so good morning, everyone. As was mentioned, I am Kerry-Ann Newman from Barita Investments. And today, I just want to share with you, as was mentioned by Mr. Gooden, how it is that you are able to buy and sell shares, right? I'm very excited for those of you who are here in person and for those of you online. I hope that you can, take some key, takeaways today as it relates to buying and selling shares. Just a second. Okay, all right, so sorry about that. All right, so how to buy and sell shares. So a lot of us are very familiar already, but for those of us who aren't, for those of us who, we hear that we should be investing, we hear that we should be buying stocks, but our question is, what is a stock? What do I do? So, the first question here, what is a stock? And we're saying that a stock represents a unit of ownership in a company. Investors in equities can become part owners of companies and are afforded the right to make decisions that help to shape the direction of these companies. For example, electing directors or changing the capital structure of a company. And then the question is asked, what is a stock market? The stock market refers to the collection of markets and exchanges where regular activities of buying and selling and issuance of shares are held for publicly traded companies. Oh, I've gone too far. All right. So now that we know this, now that we have a general idea, the question is, why should you buy stocks? Now, ultimately for everybody, it's always, I want to make money. I want my money to be making money. But on my slide here, we have three main reasons, and it's wealth creation, income generation, and portfolio diversification. So as it regards to wealth creation, stocks outperform other investments over the long run, thus providing the best hedge against inflation and creating wealth. And as a lot of you may know, we know that the savings account and the term deposit, although they're very important, are not necessarily the best measures of hedging against inflation and creating wealth, right? The main JSE index has grown over 1,648% since December 31, 1999. And just imagine if you had invested $1 million then, that $1 million would be valued over 17.4 million now. Some people might say that's not a lot of money, but imagine putting on your $1 million and you didn't do anything else after that, right? And it's now valued at over 17 million. And we're just using the main JSE index as a benchmark of performance. Now, when we say income generation, listed companies pay dividends to investors, which provides additional income streams that has a tax advantage. Dividends are taxed at 15% locally, and with some preference shares, the tax rate is nil. For example, equity preference shares. No, dividends are really just a company saying, look here, I made some profits. You are a shareholder, see a piece of it here. Thanks for being a shareholder, right? So dividends are very important, very attractive. And as mentioned here, dividends are taxed at 15%. So for those of us who pay attention to the tax that we pay on our savings account, for the interest earned, you're paying 25% withholding tax. On dividends, only 15% is charged. So that's, a pretty attractive feature. And finally, some portfolio diversification. Dependent on the risk profile and objectives of the investor, stocks can be added to varying degrees, and this will help to offset loss in portfolio value because of inflation or enhance the growth strategy. So, everybody can participate in the stock market dependent on, risk profile. And of course, when you have that discussion with an investment advisor, you kind of see, all right, what is best for me, right? So just a brief overview of the local stock market. There is one stock exchange in Jamaica, the Jamaica Stock Exchange. The JSE, as was mentioned, is demutualized, and in summary, it means that it's a listed stock on the JSE, and its regulatory body, the Regulatory and the Market Oversight Division, is independent and reports to a Regulatory and Market Oversight Committee consisting of independent members of the board. No, this just underscores the integrity of the JSE and also guarantees the protection of the investors as well, right? The market structure, the market consists of the main market, the junior market, and the USD market. The market capitalization of the main market as at March 17, 2022 was $1.8 trillion and $186 billion for the junior market. Now, the stock market gives the opportunity for investors to invest in over 140 securities, over 52 companies on the main, over 44 in the junior market, and more than 2 on the US dollar market. Now, how has the stock market worked for investors? Now, this graph shows a movement of the main JSE index since December 1999, and you can see that growth, as was mentioned, over 1,600% since March. Now, the reason for this growth is due to multiple reasons, one of which being it's a dynamic exchange that has increased the options for companies to raise capital. So more companies are listed, more companies are using the stock exchange as a means of raising capital. There are also rule changes, for example, the amendment to the circuit breaker that expanded the price band within which stock prices can move. General improvements in the local economic environment, and confidence that companies place in the local market, presenting investors with some more options. Now, the junior market has moved over 3,800% since its inception in about 2009. And the reason, as was mentioned before, some of those reasons listed on the main market, and as well as there are attractive new listings for smaller companies to list on the junior market, adding to, investor confidence and growth and so forth. Now, for the question that a lot of you may have, so Carrie-Ann, you've told me all of these good stuff. You've told me how I can earn from the stock market. Now, how do I actually do this? How do I get started? Now, the first thing that you want to do is to open a JCSD account, or a Jamaican Central Securities Depository account with a brokerage institution. Now, while I would love for everybody to come to Barita, of course, the information that I'm going to share with you is pretty general for any brokerage house. Firstly, if you are familiar with opening a bank account, then you know it's very similar in terms of the documentation that will be required. And you are going to need your ID and TRN, of course, your proof of address, your proof of income, and 2 references, right? And references may, vary across brokerage houses, but it's generally pretty the same, a JP, a minister of religion, persons like those that can provide some character references. Now, when you have those documentation together and you have decided on a brokerage house, you go in, you have a discussion with an investment advisor. These are my goals. This is what I want to do. These are the companies I may be even interested in. And you have that discussion with a licensed financial advisor who is able to give you some guidance, give you some suggestions, and you both make a decision in terms of, all right, what stocks am I going to invest into? Now, when you have all of that set up, how it is that you can actually buy stocks, you can either visit locations of any brokerage house, go in, you may write up a form, issue some instructions to buy, whichever stock. So you may decide, all right, I have $20,000. I want to buy $20,000 worth of JSE, for example, right? you may be able to send an email. You can send an email to your brokerage institution. I would like to buy $20,000 of Grace Kennedy down the road. You may have to have an email indemnity in place to issue those instructions to your broker. And finally, you can also trade online with the Jamaica Stock Exchange's trading platform, which is a JTrader Pro. There are some institutions that allow you to be able to have direct market access through JTrader Pro. So if you're a little bit more savvy or you want to get a little bit more involved with trading, you want to have more direct access, you don't want to wait on sending any email to any broker to go up there. The platform provides a very easy, friendly way of you entering trades and getting your monies and so forth. So definitely that is an option, and I believe that will be discussed later and has been discussed this week in terms of how exactly you enter those trades. Now, very simply, two of the most popular orders or order types. So when you're actually buying and selling shares, there are different order types. And two of the most popular, as mentioned here, are market orders. And a market order is an order to buy or sell a stock immediately at the best current price. So you're not waiting on any particular price. You just want your broker or when you're trading online to do whatever the market price is now, I am willing to buy or sell at that price. A limit order, an order to buy or sell a stock at a specified price or better. So you may have a floor where you don't want to sell below that particular price, or a ceiling, you don't want to buy a stock above a particular price. You enter a particular limit order, you set a particular price, and it trades at that price that you would have instructed. So you can issue these instructions not only to your broker, but you can also do it through email as well, or if it is that you enter the order online. Now, for those of us who may not want to get so involved, we don't want to necessarily be buying individual stocks, we don't want to be bothered with, buying and selling and what price to buy at, and you may want something where, can't I just invest my money and uno buy the stocks for me? So what we're saying is that Barita does offer a solution, and it is our capital growth fund, and it offers equity exposure through a unit trust. Now, the capital growth fund is a pooled fund which predominantly consists of stocks and shares. Listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, of course, and the mix of investments is a feature of Barita's capital growth fund, which meets our portfolio goals of growth and security. So for those of us who, as I said, we don't want to do the monitoring, you don't want to do the management, we kind of want to leave it up to the experts. We all have our different areas of expertise, and you kind of want to leave, stocks and trading up to those who are the experts. We're saying that our capital growth fund does provide you the opportunity to get exposure to stocks without having to do a whole lot of the work. Stocks present a unique opportunity where capital can generally grow faster than other asset classes. And we're saying that capital growth gives you exposure to equities with a limited amount of capital. So for those of us who want to get started and we may not necessarily have all the funds, we do not have a lot of money, and we're saying don't worry about having the whole lot of money. We're saying get started with where you are, with what you have. And the Capital Growth Fund does present that opportunity. Total return since inception in 1993 is currently over 9,200%. So it definitely does give you the opportunity to invest and invest into an asset class that is earning and growing, as I said, without you having to take on a whole lot of the work. And that brings me to the end of my presentation. I don't know if there are any questions in house. If there are any questions online. How do I buy? Stock at the? How do I buy stocks on the Barita site? Okay, so you can log into our online portal. Once it is that you have a JCSD account number, you can log into our online portal, and you're able to enter orders online, and we execute that for you in branch. As well as you can have direct access through Barita, have direct market access through JTrader Pro as well. So there are two options. So you either do it online on our online platform, or you have direct market access. Ultimately, having direct market access is also a benefit because it's a little cheaper as well in terms of trading fees and so forth. So the JTrader platform does give you, some benefit. But that is how you buy it on Barita online, or as I said, through our JTrader platform. Any other questions? Hi. No, no. We have a real estate fund that is separate. And so the capital growth fund will not necessarily include any real assets or any real estate exposure directly.
Okay, it's fixed income and equity.
Fixed income and equities. Mm-hmm.
All right. And can that be accessed online as well? An application? Or the Barita platform. Can you also purchase units online, or do you have to come into office for that?
Hello. You can purchase units online. So our Barita online platform does allow you to upload your receipt in terms of if you would have transferred funds to us, you can upload and subscribe once you have the account open, upload and subscribe to whatever fund you may have.
Okay. Did you mention a limit order? You mentioned, what is a limit order? Remind us, please.
Hello, okay. So a limit order is when you place an order at a specific price. So you may decide, all right, I want to buy JSE no more than $20 something, right? And what will happen is that the order will not be executed beyond that price. So you can create a floor or a ceiling for a specific trade.
And a date limit is different, right? That's a date restriction is a different.
Correct.
Definition.
So rather than just having it, sitting there, you can have it for a specific day or a specific time.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ariane. Excellent presentation. Certainly a wealth of information there. And on screen is how to contact Barita, which is 15 St. Lucia Way. And the website is barita.com. Thank you very much. As we move ahead, I was just asking about real estate, and without consulting my agenda, I realized that the next presentation is in fact on real estate. And I'm going to ask Ms. Davika Hamilton, a realtor from the Sagicor Group, the Sagicor Property Services now, who will advise us on investing in real estate on a budget. Good morning, Davika.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, and those of you who are joining us online. I am Davika Hamilton, Realtor Associate with Sagicor Property Services. Sagicor Property Services is a member of the Sagicor Group of businesses. We operate under the umbrella of Sagicor Investment, offering the services of real estate sales, leases, rentals, and property management. I am very pleased to be with you this morning to share on a very important topic, which is investing in real estate, specifically investing in real estate on a budget. And this is important because it touches our lives at every part, every area of our lives, right? As young and active investors, we want to make sure that we're including real estate as a part of our portfolio when we begin to invest in the market. Just a second. Thank you. So why should we invest in real estate? And like I said before, as young and active investors, your need for personal and financial growth from investment options should include real asset acquisition. It is a way to make your money work for you. Now, you may have been actively participating in the stock market, you are making your returns, you've saved money from your income, and you have income from other sources, and you're now thinking about ways to make that money work for you. And real estate is one of those ways that you can do that. So at this point, you'll begin to ask yourself a couple of questions. And that would include, is it a good time for me to buy property? Is rental property the good idea? Where should I look? What kind of property should it be? What class of property should it be in? Is this a good deal? And whether or not that deal that you're looking at will give you the returns that you're looking for. And the answer is, when you're adding real estate to your portfolio, real estate offers you a steady stream of cash flow. It creates leverage that may be accessed in the future. It creates financial freedom, profitability, security, and there is also capital gains. Why real estate investing? Real property, simply put, is land and anything permanently attached to it. Real estate fills our basic needs, like I said before, and as we move closer or further up in the hierarchy of needs, it moves closer to self-actualization because real estate is now giving us returns. Real estate as an asset provides a built-in diversification advantage for an investor's overall portfolio that may include equity and bonds. And the classes of properties that you may want to invest in could include agricultural, residential property, and as was mentioned before, real asset companies listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and commercial properties. So a question you may ask yourself is, building real estate equity, and if I were to buy it, am I able to build real estate equity and hedge myself against inflation? And the more pertinent question is, will inflation outpace your investment in real property? The answer is no. Equity is built in your real estate, and it is constant. The equity generated becomes stronger with time. For example, if you were to buy property using a mortgage, your deposit represents your starting dollar value of your investment or interest in your property, and that continues to grow with every further payment you make. Equity, therefore, would include those payments, your equity in the property, plus whatever capital you would have acquired through the appreciation. Rent from investment property. Another way to look at how sheltered you are from inflation, because when prices of goods and services increase, the price of rent that you charge may also be increased while your mortgage obligation remains constant. And again, if you were to increase, it is a maximum of 7.5% that you may increase on an annual basis. Real estate by itself is a real broad term. As I said before, there are many classes of assets that you may invest in, and this allows you further ways to diversify your portfolio. Your personal appetite, you, the investor, your personality and your appetite for risk is likely to determine the type of property that you will choose to invest in. And when I say this, if your appetite for risk is greater, you may want to invest in a larger property in Kingston, perhaps a high-rise, or if not so risky, you might want to look at a rental property, maybe a duplex that you would earn income on both sides of that property, or just invest in land from which you may also earn money. And in terms of diversifying your portfolio, you may look at companies listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange who are heavily involved in real estate. This is an alternative to buying real assets, considering the large initial capital outlay. You may choose to buy stocks in real estate companies listed on the JSE. And this allows you to participate in commercial real estate and also in residential real estate. You may want to speak with a financial advisor by Sagicor Investment for further information, and also look on the JSE for the companies that are listed there. A way to diversifying your portfolio also includes the investing in commercial real estate. And for the purposes of this topic, which is real estate on a budget, I'm going to only select those properties that you may look at in that perspective. So commercial property, this is real estate. Commercial real estate is generally property used for business purpose. It is a source of passive income for the avid investor in addition to getting benefits from capital gains. And they tend to have longer-term leases with rent reviewed on an annual basis. And there are several classes of properties that you may invest in. On a smaller scale, you may look at perhaps a salon that you may turn around and lease and get money from that. Other commercial properties would include, well, first of all, you need to understand the market if you're going to go into commercial real estate, because it requires a lot of time to manage, to track your operating cost. You need to pay attention to the cost to purchase. Generally, it requires you to have at least 20 to 30% in terms of the deposit, which is why I said before, to start off, you may want to look at investing in the stock exchange, and that way you can earn some money to look at investing further. You need to set aside a budget for repairs and also set aside budget for operating costs, because you might have some lag periods after purchasing. Your tenants, and the benefit of real estate is that your tenants actually cover your outgoings, and your returns on investment would average at about 6 to 12% per annum, give or take the type of property that you invest in. And again, there are some of your operating costs that the tenants would actually pay for you, which includes your mortgage, if anything. That's your interest and principal, your annual property taxes, insurance, monthly utilities, and so on. Now, real estate offers you a steady stream of cash flow. The tenants are long-term tenants. It has a higher income potential when compared to other property categories. It has lower vacancy rates and better returns on your capital invested. Another way to diversify your portfolio may include investing in agricultural properties, and this is farmland used to cultivate crops and livestock. The inclusion of farmland in your portfolio increases your diversification while offering you a hedge against inflation. The types of properties that you may look at under this category may be like apiculture, which can be done on a small scale. Aquaponics also may be done on a small scale, and also shellfish and some crops. You want to enter this industry. Perhaps if you're not going to do it on a commercial level, you could buy and hold, because the price will appreciate. You could buy and lease, and you could buy and operate. And if you do buy and operate, you'd supply perhaps the food industry. You would also supply the beauty industry and the pharmaceutical industry. And the benefits, it offers multiple streams of revenue. It is a good hedge against inflation. It is secure even in times of recession, because we all have to eat, right? We all have to continue to consume. Agricultural land is less costly when compared to commercial and residential land, and it's comparatively cheaper to finance as a result. Here I've pulled some properties off the market, and this is actually properties listed, and I've chosen ones that you may buy on a budget, specifically 5 parishes: Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, St. James, Clarendon, and St. Catherine. And at the top here, we're looking at something in Little London, which is 5.21 acres, listed on the market for $2.6 million. Right? And if you were to put a deposit on that from anything that you've earned, it would be $520,000 at that percentage. And if you were to finance through mortgage, it is $2,080,000. And that represents a monthly installment of somewhere around $24,000 per month. And you may lease that property and earn returns on it. Another investment strategy to diversify your portfolio includes land banking. And land banking is a real estate investment strategy in which investors purchase pieces of undeveloped land with the intention of holding them for a period of time, then selling them at a profit. And the types of property that you would hold would include unimproved land for agricultural purposes, unimproved land for residential purpose, land improved only by infrastructure, that is road, water, and access to JPS, land approved for development on the higher scale, and land held for the expected rezoning. And an example of that would be perhaps buying something in in Eastwood Park, because it is changing from more residential type properties to commercial. And because of that, because the classes is changing, the value of that property will appreciate. Land banking, to take a further look at it, is a long-term investment option, as land tends to increase in value based on the potential for development. And some of the things to consider would be location, zoning, the potential for development or expected development, financing rates, you may consider that, environmental issues, and your limited cash flow. And again, I have chosen a couple, an example here as to why your investment is secure in land. We're looking at an area in St. Anne, this is Drax Hall to be exact, where commercial lots were sold in 2007 for $7.48 million. In the same year, and that's about a half an acre, another piece was sold for 8.6, and in 2017, property that is about above a half an acre sold for $18.2 million. Now that is a 109% increase over the 2007 to 2017. Just across the street, most recently in 2019, there was some development, and you would have seen that. That's where KFC is, right? There has been significant infrastructure development, and commercial lot that is about a 1 acre sold for $60.68 million. That's what? At over a 200% increase in value. So if you were looking at buying land and holding it for a number of years, you'll see where your investment is secure and it moves in line with inflation and also development. In keeping in line with the topic that we're talking about, it is only fair that I include NHT when you're looking at buying land, because NHT would give you $2.5 million to buy residential land. But if you do need additional financing, Sagicor Investment will finance residential land, commercial development, and agricultural land. Residential property as an investment option. Buying a property to lease and manage demands an investment of time and money. Generally, it has a smaller deposit requirement when compared to commercial properties. Sagicor Investment may finance up to 100%, and this is dependent on your credit history, your income, and the security that you're offering. It has a strong potential for capital gains, as properties tend to double in value over 10 years, as you would have seen from the commercial land perspective. It's based on location, based on the maintenance that you put into it, your socioeconomic or the socioeconomic situation of the area that you're buying into, and the potential for infrastructure development and or what is actually taking place. Unlike commercial properties, landlords in residential properties expected to take care of the outgoing. So that's the difference between the two, and that would include maintenance, property taxes, insurance, and utilities for short-term rentals. And here I'm including bed and breakfast, right? Because the advent of Airbnb has resulted in a large amount of persons actually looking to supplement their income with income from rental on sources like Airbnb, Booking.com, and the like. And this is a property type that has an element of hospitality along with a visitor accommodation component. You can use your multifamily home or a part of it. So if you buy a house and you have a piece that you're not utilizing, that is a good way to supplement your income by going on Airbnb. It's very risky. And when we talk about risk, especially with investment, you know that when it's risky, the returns is greater than a long-term rental. It is good for your retirement planning. It generates very attractive income. It supplements your mortgage payments, which is very important. It requires more capital inputs, such as furniture, appliances, and the like, because you now need to retrofit it in order to accommodate guests and make them comfortable. Your due diligence is really important because when it comes to the classes of property, you want to make sure that you are allowed to do short-term rentals, because some stratas won't allow it, some HOA association communities will not allow it, and you have to give consideration to the type of people that you're going to be hosting. So I'm going to look at a couple of properties that I've pulled from the market to show you how property prices can change in addition to earning income from rental. And we're looking at Bridgeport in Portmore, where in 2005, a property was sold, single-family residential property was sold for $4.1 million. In 5 years' time, same location, single-family home sold for $7.5 million. That's an 83% increase over that time frame. And when we look at that time frame, there's something very important that we need to consider what was happening globally with the market. You're looking at a secure investment here when we were going through a time of recession. In 2015, same property, same type of property, single-family home, sold for $12 million. That's a further 60% increase. And in 2020, single-family homes in Bridgeport is selling for $18.5. In Pembroke in Kingston, it's a different location, but it's still a single-family residence that we're looking at. In 2005, sold for just about the same amount of money, $4.3 million on average. And the same street as well, in 2012, sold for $10.8 million. That increases 151% when compared to Bridgeport, which was 83%. Now, the difference in both locations is that we're looking at a more urban situation, more people living in that area, and of course, Kingston is one of the two industrial or capital hubs in Jamaica. Same area, 15.1 million in 2018. That's a 40% increase from 2018 to 2012 to 2018. And then in 2022, we're looking at a $30 million sale price of a property on the same street, same single-family residence, and that's a 99% increase. We're looking now at financing options. If you were to look at using mortgage to buy and putting down some of that money that you would have earned on the stock exchange as your deposit, an $18.5 million property on the market, your deposit at 5%, and it's a minimum of 5 to about 10% that you will need, looks like $925,000. Your principal will therefore be $17.575 million. At 7.5%, which is the average rate on the market currently, and for 30 years, you're looking at scheduled payments of $122 million. Now, if we're looking at how you're sheltered, right? And when you increase the rental over a couple of years, anything that you increase it by, and I'm using $10,000 here as an example, and you use that to pay down on your mortgage or supplement your income. But if you pay it on your mortgage, you can lower that 30 years by about 17 years. And that is good for retirement planning. This is another option for financing property. That is a single-purpose transaction. This is an option that you may look at, which is a joint venture, a partnership with persons to finance. And I've included some information here because it's very important. You don't want to get into a venture with someone or other persons without understanding just what you're getting into. So the rights and liabilities of a joint venture for a single-purpose transaction is governed under the principles of partnerships. Generally, it is limited in scope and duration when compared to a real estate investment group. It's a short-term venture. It lasts only until you accomplish that goal. So if you're buying with 3 persons, that joint venture lasts for that amount of time frame. This requires a contract because anything done for property must be in writing. We recommend that it's done in writing, and it needs to be a clear and concise written agreement which allows all the parties to avoid confusion. Now, when you're doing this to buy a property, it requires an effort to combine your resources. This is so that you can actually buy something together, and I've seen where a number of persons to buy in Kingston will buy a land together and build 3 townhouses, and they will each have 3 townhouses as a result that they could live in, and that's an affordable option to getting something in Kingston. It requires that you combine your assets, that is your deposit and mortgage, and it requires an effort, a joint effort of knowledge and skills, an agreement to share, and good faith between all the parties. Here again, we're looking at NHT as a financing option. Individuals who are qualified contributors of the National Housing Trust may access a loan to buy a house, to buy land, to build house, to repair, and also to install solar infrastructure. And you can join with 3 family members to buy. Up to 3 individuals may apply, and each applicant who qualify may get a maximum of 6.5 million. So if you put that 3 together, it is 19.5. So if you're looking at the market and coming up with a budget, you might want to think about that 5%. And that budget would look like 20.475 because you're adding that 5% deposit to what NHT is giving you. But you also have to consider your additional costs, and that would include stamp duty, registration, legal fees, your valuation fees, and your surveyor's ID report, which is a requirement. Now, some of the documents that you need to have when you're going to buy property, and this is standard for quite a number of them, but to speak to NHT in particular, you need to have proof of income, job letter or contributions letter, your last 3 pay slips, ID, TRN, proof of address, birth certificate, marriage certificate, to name a few. Now, there are some additional documents that you need to complete, and you can speak with one of our realtor associates at the office to get more information on that. Another thing to look at is the cluster housing program. I've noticed that it has been very difficult for persons to find property, and not many people know about the NHT cluster housing program, which allows up to 9 applicants to join together and buy a piece of property, land in particular. NHT will allow for that person to buy, or the 9 persons to buy together. They would have them install the infrastructure, subdivide them, and give splinter titles. So each of those 9 persons would have a piece of it, the title in their name, which they can now access the balance of their monies to build. Planning when you're considering real estate investment and budgeting is very important. Making plans to buy means you need to be prepared to cover all your costs. I've mentioned some of them before, your deposit, your stamp duty, registration, and so on. And I'm going to leave you with a couple of tips as it relates to real estate investing. You need to establish clear goals in line with your investment strategy. Decide on a budget and save your operating and closing costs. Do not apply for a personal loan in addition to your mortgage, as this affects your debt servicing ratio. For mortgage financing, get a mortgage pre-approval letter available through Sagicor Investments, and this is necessary to make an offer on a property. Contact your realtor associate for more information. Understand how your investment is expected to perform based on how much you pay for it. Do not over-leverage yourself. Ensure that you're able to cover your loan payments on a monthly period, especially in periods of vacancies. Avoid buying an overpriced property. Most property investments is for the long term or for long-term investors, so selling too early may result in a potential loss of your gains. Any proposed use change must be approved by parish council, so this is something you need to consider. Ensure that the property you're investing in is you're interested in is zoned for the use that you are going to use it for. Start small. Your first property does not have to be your last. Focus on finding the deal where you can make some money even to break even on your cost. And for rental properties, some indicators to look at would be a steady market, a strong local economy, good schools, high population, and high traffic. Some takeaways here: investing is a great way to grow your wealth. It should be done responsibly and requires due diligence. Property prices tend to increase in value due to inflation. Market changes increase economic activity and infrastructure development, and your income may be leveraged to acquire assets. It takes commitment, it takes practice, and it takes experience. Thank you. You're welcome. Any questions?
There are a couple of questions. First, does Sagicor Property Services target or offer in their portfolio of assets for sale, fixer-uppers? And,
Yes.
and give us, if you can give us any guidance on fixer-uppers, because not all of us might have the 20 or the 30 million to invest in completed real estate. If there's a property that requires some repair, what sort of guidance would the organization provide a potential investor in that regard?
Okay. Thank you for that question, a very important one. A lot of the times when we're assisting our clients with locating properties, we find that they're looking for something that is brand new. So we would advise them that not everything on the street, you may want to look at something on the street that is extremely undervalued and needs some work, and whatever you put into that property, you can realize in gains. But there are fixer-upper properties on the market that's available. It takes some time to find them. So we require that our clients be very patient. We would advise them as they go through. For example, if we do identify something that is a fixer-upper, there's a lot of feedback. If we do identify something that is a fixer-upper, we'd want to look at ways to retrofit that property to make it something that is now move-in ready. Whatever capital that can be realized through, the input of capital in that property. And there are several fixer-upper properties across the island that they could look at, but it really is dependent on the client's very personal requirements, their needs, So yeah, there are properties on the market that's available.
The financing available for such would be not on the renovated value, or the security would not be on the renovated value, but on the current unrenovated value.
The security would be on the market value.
The market value.
Right.
Okay.
So the market value would be what you actually pay for it. When the buyer actually pays for that property, the market value. And whatever security they get on that would be the amount of the principal. So if you were to put in work in that property, any capital gains on top of that belongs to you. It's not a part of that principal. So there's a benefit to buying undervalued property and working on it and turning that into an income earner, perhaps, or something that you'd want to move into.
Okay. There's a question online about the Sagicor Real Estate X Fund. Is it still part of the portfolio, one, and what are the types of assets in the real estate fund now?
Well, that would be a question that is best answered by one of our investment advisors. Maybe I could take the information for that person and reach out personally to them with the answers. Yeah?
Okay. Michelle, send us your email address and we will connect you with Sagicor directly. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Davi. Kerry, there's a couple of questions that came in before that I would ask you to just briefly address before we move on. Thank you again, Sagicor Property Services, Davi Hamilton. Excellent. Kerry, one question was concerning the purchasing stocks online with Barita. It says, how do I buy a stock on the Barita site?
Right, so I believe we answered that one. The Barita online platform allows you to log in, select your... Good. So it allows you to log in, select your JCSD account, select the stock that you want to buy, whether you want to place a limit order, market order. Once your account is sufficiently funded, you're able to execute that trade. And we do that, we get the information on our side and execute for you. The other option is to use the JTrader platform. We do give you access to the Jamaica Stock Exchange's JTrader Pro platform, where you have direct market access. So you want to now be able to probably see the queues, see what the prices are. We allow you to be able to have that direct access. So there are two options. So as I said, the Barita online platform and the JTrader Pro through Barita.
Okay. So, and they can also open investment account, quote unquote, separate and apart from J-Trader, they can open a regular business account online as well.
They can start the process online, yes.
Okay. All right. If you could just share your contact details or the contact details for the organization. Like, I'll just put it here so that persons can contact you directly, because there are a couple other questions relating to establishing an account.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Okay.
So you want to go ahead
Sure,
now?
you can go ahead.
So my phone number is 876-833-8664.
Okay. Okay.
And it's k.newman, Newman,
Right.
at barita.com.
K.Newman. Okay, fine.
All right.
I will post that shortly, folks.
All right.
So you can, the other questions that you have relating to establishing investment accounts, you can contact Kerry directly. Right. Thank you very much. We're moving steadily along, and we're now going to talk. We talked about investment in assets, equities, real estate. Now we're going to diversify a little bit and speak about, excuse me. Okay, we're going to speak now about wealth creation and alternate investments. Now we're going to speak about what alternate investments are, and we will have online Daniel Folks, Senior Wealth Advisor, NCB Capital Markets, will be joining us. And that will be, we will speak at that time about the other types of securities that are characterized as alternate investments. So Neville, who we have next is, we'll be following up shortly. So we will take a 2-minute break at this point, and we will be right back. We also will be speaking to Tamika Ricketts from the JCSD about the registrar services being offered by Jamaica Central Securities Depository, and later about investments opportunities in IPOs. So we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Now we're going to speak more about other types of investing, in terms of investing in yourself, investing in knowledge, which pays the best dividend. And to guide us through that presentation, we have the principal of the Jamaica Stock Exchange e-campus, Mr. Kevin Powell, who will speak to us on this very important topic of investing in oneself. Kevin is online, and we can now switch over. Morning, Kevin.
Good morning, Andre, morning, everyone. Let me know if you're hearing me.
Really? A little bit low, but hope it will come up shortly.
Hold on, let me.
There we go, much better.
Much better?
Yes.
All right, morning to everyone, and thank you for participating in this very empowering session of the Jamaica Stock Exchange as we seek to build wealth creation, and ensuring that we educate our investors in what they need to do that. So this morning I am talking to you from the perspective of building wealth and investing in yourself. And of course, the greatest investment that we can certainly give to ourselves at this time in this market space is certainly investing in education and training. Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, Kevin, we have the screen.
So let me full screen for you. All right. So Benjamin Franklin it was who said that investing in education or investing in knowledge pays the best dividend. And I wanted to share today that the only way that you can reach from where you are to where you want to go is to keep learning. And the Jamaica Stock Exchange e-campus is the best model at this time, I think, for us to keeping on where learning is concerned. And so as we look today at continuous education and continuous investing in yourself through education, I want us to share on, why investing in ourselves is important. First of all, it gives you opportunities for upskilling. It shows that you are committed to self-development and professionalism. Yes, keep up to date with what is happening and what is trending in the knowledge management and knowledge sharing industry, so that can be best fit and fit for purpose in your market space, in the financial sector, wherever you operate. You want to maintain currency. Of course, it enhances your skill set and your abilities, and ultimately enhances efficiency, productivity, and of course, profitability. And so the Jamaica Stock Exchange e-campus is the place that we invite you to ensure that you enroll with us. And so the presentation will walk you through some of the investment products that you can make use of from the e-campus to ensure that you gain the best results. So the Jamaica Stock Exchange e-campus is an accredited institution. We are accredited with University of Council of Jamaica, registered and accredited. One of our programs, our flagship program, which I'll talk about in a little bit, is an accredited program. And we also have accreditation with CPD, the Certified Continuous Professional Development Institute in UK. Our courses are delivered a blended approach. We deliver courses online primarily using our robust learning management platform, but we also have hybrid workshops, blended workshops, and we do face-to-face sessions with our clients as well, depending on what your needs are. Now, as we go through, as I said before, we are a registered institution with the University Council of Jamaica, and everybody knows about UCJ, knows that UCJ has very high standards in terms of ensuring that the programs that any tertiary institution or higher education institution put out to the market is fit for purpose, is one that ensures that the courses are robust and quality assured. Now, the postgraduate diploma in financial service management is our flagship. It's the course that we started off with at the eCampus. That is the accredited program. And I want to introduce this to all the investors who are listening, everybody who's on the platform, whether virtually or face-to-face, that this particular program is very much in line with your investment needs, with your learning needs. There are 14 vital courses in this model, appropriate for persons who want to remain or stay or go into the financial sector and ensure that they are qualified. And this program is a desk-ready program, meaning that when you're done with the program, you can actually go into the financial sector and work in the financial sector with the courses that we have designed, because they are fit for purpose and they are application-based programs and courses. What will this investment cost you? $350,000 is the cost for tuition of the full program over 15 months. There are other related fees, but we know that perhaps you do not have all the funds at the time to pay in full. We also have payment options, payment arrangements for our students, for our participants who wish to be a part of this program. And also, if you want to do modules singularly, certificate modules, we also have that option for you as well, where you pay per module for certificate, a single certificate that you wish to do. Some of the courses in the postgraduate diploma in financial service management include the funds of money market, quantitative methods, treasury management, credit risk management, financial planning and wealth management, global capital markets and financial tools, compliance, ethics and corporate governance, strategic portfolio management, market risk and middle office management, corporate structures and procedures, international bond and debt markets, mergers, acquisitions and privatization, mastering financial negotiations, and of course, understanding the financial laws of Jamaica. Another course that is aligned, or program that's aligned to the postgraduate certificate in financial service management is our postgraduate certificate in treasury operations. Now, if you work within the treasury department or treasury unit, this course is for you. And of course, from this course, we have courses taken from our postgraduate diploma. So if you don't want to do the full postgraduate diploma, you can certainly do the courses that are part of that postgraduate diploma and be awarded with a postgraduate certificate in treasury operations management. And the cost for this, the investment cost for this is $170,000 for the full program. And of course, if you only wish to do individual certificate courses, that is also an option that you can certainly make use of. Now, we have, in partnership with the Chartered Governance Institute of the UK and Ireland, our Chartered Governance Qualifying Program. And those who wish to be corporate secretaries, those who work as legal officers within companies, and you wish to be a part of this program and be certified as chartered secretaries, then we also have this course for you to make up the opportunity and use of. The tuition for the full program is $300,000. And of course, there are different fees that are attached to this as well. And there are individual certificates that you can also make use of if you do not intend to do the full program. So we have different ways in which you can make use of the investment opportunity to invest in your own educational pursuit. Those of you who wish to be a director and you want to sit on board, but you need the requisite training and knowledge management systems in corporate governance, the eCampus also has a course for potential directors, a course called Director Strategic Guide to Corporate Governance. And in this course, you get a comprehensive understanding of the key aspects of corporate governance, and transparency, and how boards can be efficiently operated and run. And of course, we utilize the best in the field of corporate governance. One of our lead facilitators is Ms. Camille Facey, who is one of the lead persons who worked on the PSOJ code of corporate governance. And the course costs $1,200. And if you wish to be a part of this, certainly make contact with us at the eCampus, and we will be sure to have you signed up for this program. We do also have a postgraduate certificate in applied alternative investments. Now, we heard earlier from one of our presenters about investing in real estate. Certainly, this course in alternative investment is designed to look at those other kinds of investment portfolios that you can certainly be a part of from the investing public. And so we want to invite you, if you want to learn more about alternative investments, this course is one of those that you want to be a part of as well. The cost for the program, full program, is $275,000. And the fees, if you want to do individual certificates for this in the program, though, an individual certificate can cost you an investment $60,000 to be a part of this. Now, at the eCampus, we know that, okay, you perhaps aren't looking for some of these other, the ones that we mentioned earlier where finances are concerned, but you certainly want continued professional development in those soft skills, in skills that will make your team more productive and efficient in what they do. We do offer various workshops and seminars to our clients, both individually and, of course, to companies as well. We offer workshops in time management. We offer workshops in crisis management. We offer workshops in, a course called Finance for Non-Financial for non-financial managers. You have managers who are not in the financial field, but they do some, budget and accounting, and they want some upskilling in that area. We provide that kind of training. We offer training in other soft skills like communication and public speaking and business writing. The eCampus, investing in these skills really will pay the dividends to you personally, and if you operate a company, to your company as well. Enterprise risk management, the new buzzword post-COVID, looking at risks, looking at business continuity. These are and other courses are offered at the eCampus for you and your team to be a part of, to make sure that the investment that you make in the human resource at your organization reaps the rewards that you're looking for. And of course, if it is that you don't find any courses that we have here at the eCampus, you look through our portfolio or brochure and you can't find anything, certainly we want to offer you customized training. So what we do, we go into your organization, look at the learning gaps, look at the training gaps that exist, and we certainly will design and curate a training program for whatever skill or subject area that you think you desire, and we'll prepare something for you to explore with you and your team. So we offer customized training, and so we are saying to you, invest also in customized training from the eCampus. Now, ladies and gentlemen, coming soon, I want to make this special pitch. On November 3, the Jamaica Stock Exchange, eCampus, and the Canadian Securities Institute will be launching our partnership. You don't want to miss this launch on November 3. We'll hear more about it. And we're going to be offering the market additional courses that you can be a part of to invest in your own financial future and in your own professional development as well. Now, on November 13, ladies and gentlemen, we do have one of our newest courses on the market that we started last year, October, with much success, and we continued this year. Our program in advanced securities, and this course is a very important course as you seek to build and manage generational wealth and portfolio. And our facilitator for this program is Miss Keisha Bailey, and from all indications from her students, she has done an excellent job so far in delivering the content. And I invited Miss Bailey to speak to us a little today on this particular course and really what it has to offer, because we're making the pitch to you today as you seek to invest in your education and in your own training and development, that you pick this course up as soon as November 30. So I think Miss Bailey Keisha, I'm now giving you the floor to make your pitch, to talk to the students, the potential students here, about this interesting course called Advanced Securities and what they can anticipate from this course. Keisha, are you here?
Hi, yes, I am here. I'm here.
Go ahead,
Everyone,
Keisha.
are you hearing me okay?
Yes, we are.
All right, so very happy to be here, very excited to be here as well. With the Advanced Securities course, I like to think of it as a nice intermediate level coming out of the Caribbean Securities course, building on that. So what we do specifically in that course is that we look globally at different types of investments, and the content is really focused around creating a global portfolio for yourself or for clients. So we touch on domestic stocks listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and we also look at international stocks as well. We also look at different types of stocks, whether it be just single name stocks like your Google, your Apple, your Amazon. Plus we look at ETFs and how those form a part of the portfolio. We talk also about cryptocurrencies. I teach also about alternative investments. So we talk a little bit about private equity and private debt. We talk about also new exciting investment themes such as green energy, which is dominating right now. We talk about sustainability, and it's really a very comprehensive course in terms of the different investment asset classes that we look at. But what really brings the course to life is the practical element of it. So yes, we're heavily focused on the academic content, but there's also just as heavy a focus on the practical application of the academic theories. So we go right on into current macroeconomic events, current market news, both locally and internationally, and I teach how do we incorporate this information into the portfolio construction for yourself or for your clients. That's what we look at. It's very exciting for students because it really gives them a good sense of what to do after doing the course. So it's not just coming in and you get the theories and concepts and you go off with a nice thick book of notes. You actually learn how to implement what you have been taught. And so that's what I find has been the secret sauce and why we have such great reviews about the course. It's that there's a heavy focus on the practical implementation. Also, the project is exciting because you actually get to create a portfolio for the assignment. You're also documenting a journal throughout the course, and you're able to really see the level of learning that takes place for you. So all in all, very exciting course. I love teaching it because I love seeing the transformation for the students, because when persons come in, they would have, had a one way in how they think about a portfolio. They go from the, low risk, medium risk, high risk. But I'm able to teach international, globally accepted concepts around creating a portfolio to meet goals, right? Goal-oriented portfolio construction, which is what I would say is portfolio construction of the future. So students really love that as well. So I'd encourage everyone to explore the Advanced Securities course. It really is a comprehensive course tying in together the academic and practical portfolio construction at a global level. So not just regional and domestic, but we go global as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Keisha, for outlining that. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from one of our facilitators, the legendary, profound Keisha Bailey, who assists us in the eCampus, one of the facilitators from the eCampus, who comes on board to ensure that we have the best and most qualified persons delivering our courses at the eCampus. So as you listen today to the other presentations, don't forget to invest in yourself. Yes, you're investing in the real assets and in stocks and bonds, etc., but also invest in your own professional development. So ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus, I want to thank you for listening, and I hope that after today's presentation, we'll see more persons coming to the eCampus. You can email us, JSC eCampus@jamstockex.com. For further information, one of our recruiters will certainly provide you with information that you need to get the process started. Again, thank you so very much. And remember, as Benjamin Franklin said, an investment in knowledge reaps the best dividends. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin. A question, I think you touched on it a little bit, about the JSC eCampus collaborations for certification. Do we have any partnerships with other agencies which will enhance the quality of what we do and give it sort of more global recognition? And that also goes for the advanced securities course. Are there any success stories out of that in terms of having sat that course, that it provides, further trampoline for further advancement? So basically the first question is about our alliances for global certification and more specifically the advanced securities course.
Let me take the partnership. So we're constantly looking at our global partners, regional partners. The partnership that we have currently, that we're going to be launching soon with the Canadian Securities Institute, is one such that we think will add certain, value to our local participants in this course, or in the courses that will be offered through this partnership. But we also have other partners that we have formed alliances over the years. Certainly we have a partnership with MIND, Management Institute for National Development. We have partnerships with NCU. We have partnerships with Michael University. And so we're partnering with these universities to ensure that as participants that the eCampus is offering you the best in terms of who we are aligning with and the stamp of approval on our courses. We're always looking to new partners with other institutions globally, so that you can take your certificate from the eCampus. Certainly, we are an accredited institution with CPD, so whatever courses you do here are also CPD certified, and you'll get your professional development hours from the CPD certification that will certainly be used to catalyze you into your career, upward movement. All of our students, or most of our students, especially those who do our Caribbean Securities course, one of our flagship courses as well that we offer at the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus. First of all, most of our students who have to do these courses have to do it to be in order to work within the investment industry. So lots of success stories about actually making, going up the ladder, being secured in their profession, having done our Caribbean Securities course. So there are lots of success stories there to share. I don't know if Keisha has anything in terms of what's coming out of the advanced securities that she can share based on her, evaluating her students as well.
Yeah, certainly. So what really helps a lot of the students is that they will take the information and apply to their clients. Based on the cohorts we've had so far, a lot who are on the desk and actively serving clients, they've taken the information and applied it to the client portfolios. They've received great reviews from the clients because they're happy with the advisors now being more proactive with them and having discussion. I've advised students around frequency or contact frequency, or looking on portfolio frequency of rebalancing. So the feedback has been good there as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think the eCampus presents us with some opportunities here to not just invest in the market, but invest in ourselves at the same time, giving guidance in that regard. Thank you very much to both of you. Thank you for sharing that very important aspect of how we grow and manage our investment personality. Okay, another very critical topic, something that always happens. Up to last week, somebody called me and said they purchased some shares and they read on the Jamaica Stock Exchange website and heard on CBX, our cable channel, that the company paid a dividend, but they haven't received any dividends. They don't know what happened. They said they have confirmed that they purchased the shares in time prior to the dividend, so they're supposed to get that dividend. Can't find the dividend. We did track it down, and the dividend check was actually mailed to the individual, and it was sitting at the post office for some time, uncollected. We have a solution for that, and Tamika Ricketts, Assistant Manager, Registrar Services Unit of the Jamaica Central Securities Depository, is here to share information on how you can better manage your dividends. No matter how small, how large, how medium-sized they are, there's a more efficient way to do it. And I'm going to hand over now. Tamika, I believe, is online. Tamika?
All right. I hope everyone can hear me clearly.
Yes, we can.
All right, great. So welcome. And each time I do this presentation, I always, pause to allow persons to get some writing material, because at least one thing will be said that I am sure you would want to take note of so that you can recall for days to come, maybe tomorrow morning when you get up and you want to reach out to your broker now to get your accounts updated, then this is the time to get your paper, your pen, and just to jot down, anything in particular that will be said that will be of importance to you. So while you do that, let me just share screen. All right, so as Andre rightfully said, after investing, you have invested your hard-earned monies, and you're now at the point of receiving dividends, which is one of the benefits of actually investing. So once you own shares, there is what we call what you will get in terms of returns through dividends. So this presentation, we will be going through what is a mandate, and this is a form that you can use to actually secure your funds and make sure that you get your payments on time and you are able to reap all the benefits that there are with receiving dividends. So as Andre said, my name is Tamika Ricketts. I'm the Assistant Manager for the Registrar Services Unit at the JCSD. And here begins my presentation. So before we get into what is a mandate, we will look at what is a dividend. So a dividend is a distribution of some of a company's earnings to a class of its shareholders as determined by the company's board of directors. Simply put, it's a share of the profits, a share of the pie. So once a company declares a payment, and if you're familiar with the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website, you will quite frequently see declarations made by companies stating that we have declared a dividend payment further from the decision made by the board, and we will now be paying at X rate. So the company will provide the rate at which the dividends will be paid. They will also state primarily the record date, and this means the date as at which shareholders will get paid. So once you are on the register as at that date, then you will get paid for that dividend payment. So we'll be looking at the payment rate. You'll be seeing the record date. You'll be also seeing the payment date and the ex-dividend date. So once this dividend is declared, then that is paid based on the number of shares that you own. And I'm sure presenters that came before me would have outlined, especially as it relates to buying shares and that sort of thing. So once you're at this position now that you actually own the shares, then this is where you're going to look at now, making sure that your account is up to date and you're able to receive this fundamental benefit, which is receiving dividends. So let's now move from, so it's all stepping stones. So after you have invested, you now know what a dividend is. So, you're expecting to receive this payment. We're now going to look at defining a mandate. So what is a mandate? So a mandate represents instructions provided to the JCSD relating to the handling of your dividend or interest payment. So there are different types of mandates. So in a nutshell, it's really giving instructions. So you're gonna say, okay, I want it to go to my bank account, or in terms of here where we have third party, if it is a case that you want to give your dividends to a charity, or you want to give it to your neighbor or your granddaughter, you can also provide a third party mandate. So the shares will still be held by you, but the mandate, as in where the payment will go, you as the shareholder can instruct us to add a third party mandate, and the payment will be made to that person that you have instructed. So the most popular one is really the bank mandate, and that is the one that we're really going to go into in much more depth, so that you can actually see the benefits of making sure that your account is updated with having mandate instructions in place. So in terms of securing your dividends via this method, all investors can manage their dividend payments by completing a mandate form, which we call our JCSD Investor Instruction Form. This is located on the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website. Once you go on and you select the JCSD icon, you will see two departments, Registrar, Depository. Either one you click on, then you will go further and see a list of forms. So when you identify this investor instruction form, this is really the means by which you will be providing the information. So this form is very important. So the first thing that you're noting is that you will be going on the website, the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website, identifying this form, and you start completing. And further in the presentation, I will be showing you or outlining how you can submit this form. So a popular question is usually, is it only a commercial bank that I can provide this mandate for my funds to go to? And the answer is no. So you can provide credit unions, you can provide us with your account at your stockbroker. So this one is a popular one as well, because persons sometimes have the dialogue with their stockbroker and say, all right, I'm going to set up my mandate so that my funds come back to you. So once a payment is made, if you have an account with broker X, you provide your mandate to say, okay, JCSD, I want my payment to go back to my broker X. My account number at broker X is 123. Then once a payment is made, then we will send your funds directed to your account at that with that broker. And then what will happen is that once you have established that relationship and the broker is aware to say, okay, this is my client, and my client gave me instructions to purchase more shares in this company or to put it to another investment, then the broker will act on your instructions. So once the funds are paid, we pay it over to the broker, your instructions will be there, and that is making your money work, right? So rather than just having the funds sent to you via check, the funds are sent directly in real time on payment date, and the brokers would know based on your instructions as what to do with the funds. You can also give us a building society. So if it is a case that you want the funds to go to a building society, you provide the instructions, the account number, and then once the payment is made, the funds will be directed accordingly. So let's just go through a few benefits, because sometimes we hear it and we say, okay, just adding a mandate, all right, why not get a check? But then when you look in depth in terms of the benefits, right, receiving your dividend and interest payments on payment date is very critical, right? So time is money. So the time that you'll be waiting on now for the check to get to the post office, we have to send it to the central sorting office. It has to now go to your local post office, and then for another further dispatch to your home. By the time you get the check, maybe you have it for maybe another 2 weeks. You put it down, then you have to take it to the bank, you have to stand in a line, you have to wait for the check to clear, and clearly you can just see time passing. So time is money. So rather than waiting and having your funds just laying around, make sure that, having a mandate, you will get your payment directly to your bank account or any account that you provided on payment date. It also allows you to reinvest in a timely manner. So if this is something that you desire, the situation that I outlined before, if you instruct your broker as to what to do with the funds, then you're able to reinvest in that timely manner. If an IPO comes out and there is enough funds coming from your dividends on your account, you can just, in a snippet of a finger, instruct your broker, and they will be able to purchase in the IPO for you. It also allows for better record keeping. So once you have your bank statements, you're able to see your funds, having a check. Yes, the warrant is on the check, but then sometimes when you have to go back in history, the statements will be there for you to actually check off and be able to keep proper record keeping. And last but definitely not least is the no more physical trips to the bank with checks. Everything is moving in a more automated way. And this is also another means that we really want to move into that direction. As registrar, we print a whole lot of checks. And, each time that we get an opportunity, especially in forums like these, we want to really drive home the fact that, the printing of the checks costs. So this is also a cost that can be reduced by the issuers if they print less checks. And then it's also a reduction in terms of the time that you will be waiting now to have these checks deposited and cleared. So I mentioned before, once you have completed the investor instructions form that you can also get from your broker, or you can pick up here at 40 Harbor Street. Once you've completed the form, then these are the different ways. So it's 3 primary ways. You can jot this down or take a picture of the screen so that you are able to actually note the instructions for future reference in terms of where you will be sending the completed investor instruction form. So one is emailing it to our depository services unit, and that's the email address there. And you can also copy in the registrar, or you can physically deliver it here at 40 Harbor Street, or you can deliver it to your stockbroker for further submission to the JCSD. All right, so it's always, when you hear things and, just pausing to ponder and making the situation your own. I'm going to ask a few questions and you're going to think internally. If it is a case, one, you have not started investing yet, then this is also very key for you so that you're ahead of the game, so that when you start investing, you know to look out for these things. If it is a case that you have already started, which is a very good thing, and you were not aware of these areas, then these questions will actually guide your thought process in terms of where your headspace should be. So why invest and abandon my returns through dividends? So if it is a case that you've invested, you're anxious, you get into the market, but then when the payments are made, checks are sent to an address, maybe outdated address, these are just funds laying around, it may go to somewhere that you're no longer there, or, the check being returned to us and that sort of thing. So that is taking up funds that you would have actually received and put to good use. So why abandon your returns? Why do I have mandate instructions on one JCSD account and not the others? So persons from time to time will have more than one JCSD account numbers. Sometimes it's through one broker, sometimes it's through different brokers. So it's really just organizing your accounts and making sure that all accounts, so you'll have one with mandate, one without, you're getting 2 checks, 2 going to your bank account. So this is the time to pause, organize, write down all your JCSD account numbers, call up your brokers and say, listen, do I have mandate instructions in place? And if you don't, then you get on board in terms of completing the investor instructions form. Another one is, why am I not being proactive by adding mandate instructions prior to dividends being declared? So what we find a lot of times, persons, when they purchase the shares, they wait a long extended period before they actually get their account up to date. So yes, it's never too late, but at that point, once you start and you have the shares, just make sure that mandate instructions are on your account. Why have I not told my family and friends to do the same? So you are here, you're getting all this information, pass it on. In your conversation with your friends and your family, mommy, I know you have shares in X company. Do you have a mandate instructions? If they don't know what this is, you have gotten the information today to actually enlighten your family and friends, because don't be selfish. You will not be getting your funds directly to your bank account and reaping from this benefit. So share the information. How much could I have earned if I had secured my dividends? So as I said before, and I'm sure I said it quite a few times throughout this presentation, it's about securing your dividend payment. So if it is a case that it's just laying around in the form of a check, that is not securing, because you could have used that same funds to reinvest and to do something else that would have had additional benefits to you. So once we've pondered on those questions and we really are at a position now that we're seeing what is happening, then the next thing to do is to act now. So contact your stockbroker, identify all your JCSD accounts, submit mandates for all accounts without mandates, stop receiving checks, right? Checks are archaic and it takes time. Receive dividend disbursements to your bank account on payment day. So you're getting your funds in real time. And last but not least, just be proactive. So with everything that we do, we want to make sure that everything is organized and we have our ducks lined up in a row. So this is no different. So just contact your brokers, ask them the buzz question, does my account have mandate instructions? And if not, get to completing your investor instruction form today. All right, I hope that from the presentation you were able to actually take in at least one point and just make sure that anything that you do in your investing journey, it's actually beneficial at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tamika. I have a question. what about, you didn't mention much, I think you did mention it, but I just needed clarification. US dollar dividends. Can I have my US dollar dividends going into a US dollar account in Jamaica or a US dollar account overseas? That is the one question, and the relevant fees and charges in that regard. And secondly, if I purchase a US dollar stock and it has US dollar dividends and I want to credit a Jamaican dollar account, can that be facilitated as well?
All right, and I was hearing bits and pieces. I hope I caught the question. So you're asking if you can have a US mandate. So you can have wire instructions, and that's for overseas accounts. But with wire instructions, as we know, there are bank charges. So you will have to be cognizant of the fact that, looking into the bank charges and making sure that the payments can actually cover the wire charges and you still have sufficient payments left, so to speak. So that's for overseas. So for local now, you can provide USD mandate for an account here in Jamaica, and the payment will be sent to your US account.
Okay, and if I want to convert a US dollar dividend to credit a Jamaican dollar account, is that also possible?
All right, so in terms of converting, I'm still hoping I heard correctly because it's a little bit low. So in terms of converting, what will happen is this. So the key thing is to note which currency that the company pays in. So say, for example, a company pays in Jamaican dollars and you put a US mandate on record. What will happen is we as a registrar will pay out Jamaican dollars, but when that transaction hits your bank account, then the bank will do the necessary conversion at the day's rate in terms of actually being able to credit the funds to the different currency account that you provided. So if it's JMD to USD, then the bank will convert at the day's rate and credit the conversion amount, and the same around. If it's a USD payment and you provide a Jamaican dollar account, then the bank, once the transaction goes to them, will convert based on the currency of the account.
Okay, so the key element, Ren, is the account that you give them is the account they're going to use. Whether it is Jamaican or US, they will convert accordingly.
Right. They will convert in order to credit the funds to that currency account.
Okay. Okay, could you just repeat for us the URL for the mandate form, where we find the mandate form?
All right, so I'm not sure if there's a chat here, but you can visit the Jamaica Stock Exchange's website, type in investor instruction form, and you will see the link coming up for you to select.
Okay, and how do you update the mandate? Same process?
All right.
You have to do it over, or just update the existing?
Repeat that one for me.
How do you update the mandate? It says you want to change the transaction account that the dividend goes to.
Okay, so in terms of updating, it's the same form that you use. So once you've completed a form and you submit a new form, then it will basically override the instructions that you have currently.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Tamika.
All right, you're welcome.
I think we covered all the questions. I know this is a busy time of day for you, so we appreciate you taking the time to join us this morning. And I understand there are a couple more questions, so let me just switch quickly to those and see if I can answer them before I release you. Client says, what happens if the dividend checks are sent overseas and become stale dated? How do you negotiate that landscape?
All right, so that is also a key, and I'm very glad that that person brought up that, because that is a key or a frequent situation that we find. So having the checks going overseas, you will not be able to negotiate them, because in order for us to do any conversion to an instrument that is negotiated overseas, or you're able to negotiate overseas, then we would have to request a draft on your behalf, a US draft that is that you can negotiate overseas. So if you find yourself in that situation, you have a number of checks overseas that you can't negotiate, send them back to us. And what we will do once you've provided a bank account is to total the outstanding amount to you and have it deposited to an account. If it is a case that you wish to get a draft, a USD draft that you can negotiate overseas, then you can also submit all the checks and request that we provide you with a draft that is negotiable in the country that you're in.
Okay. All right, Tamika, one last question. Yashira has a question. I'm going to ask you to just say your email address, and I'll have Yashira email you directly. So she has a couple of questions that I think you can address off the air. So you could just give us your email address, please.
All right, so you can send it to this email address. It's a group in, and I'm a part of it, or one of the officers will reply. So the email address is JCSD.
Yes, JCSD.
R as in registrar, S as in services, at Jamstock, and we have it on screen here. So it's the last email address in item number 1. So it's JCSDRS
at
jamstockex.com.
All right, I posted it in the YouTube chat as well. All right, thank you very much, Tamika.
All right, thank you too, and enjoy the rest of your day, everyone.
Same to you. All right, next we have Daniel Folks, who I alluded to before. The topic is wealth creation in alternative investments. These are different types of securities, kind of new to the landscape, and it just gives you another option in terms of diversifying your portfolio. And we have online Ms. Danielle Folks, who is the Senior Wealth Advisor for NCB Capital Markets, who will navigate us through the landscape of investing in alternative investments. Over to you, Danielle. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Kamar. I'm doing well. Thanks. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, you can go ahead.
All right, bear with me. I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay, you should be able to know. Yes, we're seeing it.
You're seeing, okay, awesome.
Presentation mode.
All right, so today I'll be presenting on wealth creation in alternative investments. All right, so quickly we want to look at how our environment, our economic environment is positioned post-COVID, right? And we are now able to see the economy slowly but surely recovering, and we're seeing where COVID-related restrictions are being relaxed. We're also experiencing high inflation, elevated supply chain costs, geopolitical tension, and of course, we're also experiencing high interest rates. This is caused by tightening monetary policy to combat inflation, heightened market volatility, greater need for diversification, of course. All right, so here at NCB Capital Market Limited, we try to focus on client needs. And as the graph on the screen displays, client needs include capital preservation, the need for liquidity within their portfolios, generating income, and of course, growth opportunities and tax efficiency. Right, and then you have two ways in which we can approach this, right? And we have the traditional approach to wealth creation, which would include IPOs, public. Hello? You're not seeing the slides? You're not seeing all of it. Is this view any better? I'm not hearing you clearly.
We're seeing it.
Slideshow?
Yes.
And what would you like for it to from beginning?
Right.
Icon that looks like a Are you able to see it now? All right.
Okay, start again.
All right, I think I'm seeing where the challenge is. So it's not allowing me to share my entire screen.
Okay, press ahead. You can. Okay, we see something
Are
coming
you
up.
seeing now?
Yes.
Are you able to see wealth creation in alternative investments?
It says themes in post-COVID environment. That's the slide we're looking at. She can hear you, right, Kamar? Okay.
Are you able to see?
Yes.
Am I able to email this to one of you and you try to share the screen?
Possibly you need to just, you can just go ahead with the presentation, doing the narrative while we work out the display.
I didn't get that. Can you go again, please?
No, I'm saying just go ahead with the presentation while we work out the display side. Go ahead with the narrative. Talk us through it. Talk us through it in the meantime. All right. Just give us a couple of minutes here. We'll get this technical matter sorted out and we'll be back on track. Are we good now, Kemar? Just to complete the agenda, what's happening after this, we will have a presentation on the Jamaica Stock Exchange Group loyalty card. And then after that, Patrice Minot, from Senior Investment Advisor at Burrito Investments, will speak to us about opportunities in IPOs. Dominic Jones from Sagicor Investments will speak specifically about JTrader Pro, which is our stock exchange online trading platform. Very important to the persons, not just in Jamaica, but in the diaspora. And then Carlene Munnings, General Manager of FHC Investments, will speak about a holistic wealth creation solution. So those are the other 4 items we have remaining, and it's a lot of excellent information in there after this presentation on alternative investments. So we're just sorting out a technical matter with Daniel, and we'll be back on track shortly. You can go ahead now, Daniel. We have the presentation on screen. You can go ahead.
All right.
So we'll follow you as you go along. Go ahead, Daniel.
Give me a minute, please.
Okay.
All right, so we're on to the page that has the graph showing client needs, traditional approach to wealth creation. We're there?
Yes.
All right, awesome. So in an effort to ensure that client needs are met, there are multiple ways that we can approach this. And then you have the traditional approaches to wealth creation, which would include public equities, which everybody should by now be familiar with: the IPOs, the APOs, equity funds in the form of unit trusts. And then we have fixed income, so the local and global bonds. We have the cash instruments, which would include the repos, money market funds, and the like, right? And then we have the Stratus Alternative suite of instruments, which would cover alternative investments. These would include structured products, real estate, private credit, Stratus private equity, and then we have the infrastructure fund. What are non-traditional or alternative investments? So these are financial assets that does not fit into the conventional equity, income, cash categories, right? And some of the main characteristics of alternative investments would include its low correlation with traditional assets. So it adds diversification that are especially beneficial to our investors' portfolio in this market of heightened volatility. It has fewer regulations and tends to be somewhat illiquid, making them riskier assets with higher returns. Some examples would include private equity, private debt, hedge funds, collectibles, commodities, structured products, real estate, right? Why invest in alternatives? So the addition of alternatives to portfolios will pretty much help investors to take advantage of the opportunity in the recovering economy and counter some of the risk from high inflation and high interest rate environments, right? So alternatives helps to removal of restrictions and economic recovery to support the performance of alternative assets, such as infrastructure and private equity funds. Investors' needs for diversification. So alternative investments generally do not move in line with public markets and assets, which provides diversification. This is extremely beneficial to the current heightened portfolio volatility because they help to reduce risk. So what this does is that typically most persons in their investment portfolio would have exposure to stocks, bonds, money market instruments. So what alternatives does is that it now incorporates new areas of investment into your portfolio that you would not have already had in the portfolio. So this helps with the diversification. And then we have the alpha returns. Due to their relative illiquidity, they have the potential to offer much higher returns than their traditional counterparts because they offer an illiquidity premium in the form of higher returns relative to other assets. So it's able to generate higher returns than that which your bond or your stocks or money market instruments are able to generate. Inflation hedging benefits in the current high inflation environment. Some alternatives have both implicit or explicit inflationary pass-through mechanisms that will provide inflation protection to investors' portfolios. These asset prices and returns rise in value when inflation rises. So as inflation is going up and asset prices are going up, your returns are also increasing, right? It provides new investment opportunities in areas that may have previously been difficult to access. So assets such as real estate, infrastructures, and private equity that were once considered as being illiquid are considered too niche, becoming increasingly viable for investors seeking to expand their portfolios. So before, it would have been very difficult for some persons to go out and buy their own commercial real estate or to invest in that infrastructure in a country, so like railways, highways, stuff like that. Because of these funds, you're now able to tap into that market. We have strong growth expected in the alternative investment industry. The industry is expected to grow around 14 trillion by 2023. All right. Growth will be supported by the ability to deliver superior risk-adjusted returns and expansion of sectors and emerging markets. The graph on display here is displaying the growth rate from 2010 to 2019, and then in blue you're seeing where we're expecting a rapid growth all the way up to 2025. So now is the ideal time for you all to jump on board, right? Stratos giving you access to alternative investments. So Stratos is the investment vehicle that NCB has created to deliver aforementioned benefits from alternative investments to investors. Right? Stratos Alternative Investment Fund was incorporated in July 2020. It was developed to provide you with the above average returns by making non-traditional types of investments more accessible for institutional and retail investors across a wide range of risk spectrum. Returns are generated by creating financing solutions for various businesses in the region, thereby providing the flexibility that traditional solutions are not able to offer. So Stratos has established 4 main funds in the first phase, and more recently the SME Fund for Private Equity. So under the Stratos Alternative Fund, we currently have the Infrastructure Fund, Fund 1. We have the Caribbean Mezzanine Fund, or Fund 2. We also have Regional Opportunity Fund, the Tourism Response Impact Portfolio, as well as the SME Private Equity, and we'll get into these in more details now. So when we look at the Regional Opportunity Fund, this helps to identify and invest in niche opportunities in diverse asset classes such as real estate and infrastructure, opportunistic credit, and private equity. Based on strategy, it does well in market downturns and even better in a positive economic environment as business valuations increase. So what this is saying to you is whether the economy is doing good or bad, these funds tend to perform very well, right? We also have the Caribbean Mezzanine Fund, which co-managed by NCB and EPLI and represents a continuation of the Caribbean Mezzanine Fund 1. Mezzanine and private capital fund managed by both entities. Then we have the tourism response impact portfolio. This was established to provide creative capital solution to tourism-related businesses to enhance their capital structure, expand their operations, and/or finance new projects. It also provides earning returns commensurated with the associated risk and will benefit from ongoing recovery and positive outlook for tourism. And then we have the infrastructure fund, which provides investors with attractive risk adjusted returns over the medium to long term by investing in infrastructure assets such as roads, railways, airports, hospitals, etc. This sheet here compares the performance of traditional assets which we are used to or accustomed to versus the Stratos alternative investments. And at a quick glance, you'll realize that alternatives are by far outperforming our traditional investment assets, right? All right, so what we want to look at is other alternative investment solutions, which are probably more popular, and these are the structured products. So structured products provide investors with greater opportunities and access to participate in attractive asset suite to a wide spectrum of risk appetites. So whether you're a conservative or an aggressive investor, there are a variety of structured products offered on a wide basis that you can select from, right? These structured products create fixed income and equity type instruments on both local and US products, right? It offers higher yields than traditional investments, and they're tailored to meet investors' needs. They are tax efficient, thereby increasing gross returns to investors. The instruments target a broad spectrum of risk appetite ranging from conservative price, principal protected notes to leveraged structured offering a greater return to the sophisticated Caribbean investor with the appropriate risk tolerance. Other alternative investments continued. We have the principal protected notes, we have securitized notes, we have leveraged notes, and we also have hedging and other creative solutions. All right, when we look at the track record of structured products, since the launch of NCB Capital's market structured products, the team has successfully arranged several transactions with a combined underlying value of US 154.5 million. And of course, the display here would show some of these structured products that are offered. And if you look, you'll probably recognize the corporate. This is one that we have ongoing now. We also have Central Capital Holdings. We have the Standard & Poor's fund as well, which is displayed on screen, as well as our Corridor Holdings and others. So the Corridor Holdings Limited, just to touch into that a little bit, has been around for a number of years. It has been leveraging structure. Leverage structure was designed using the Trans-Jamaica Highway 8% preference share as the underlying asset. Trans-Jamaica shares since the public listing has increased in price by over 21%. So this portfolio has experienced great growth based on that. If the underlying Trans-Jamaica shares are sold at the current market price, then TCH preference shareholders will realize an additional return in excess of 40% on the value invested in addition to their 12% per annum coupon that they receive. When we look at the S&P Principal Protected Note, it has the 5-year Standard & Poor Principal Protected Note was designed using S&P index as the underlying asset. Investors received a gross annual coupon of 1% in addition to a participation of 80% on the upsides of the performance of the S&P index over the 5-year life of the Principal Protected Note. At maturity, the index performance improved by 51.4% to close at 2,984.87, and that's closing price. This resulted in investors earning a total index return of 41.1%, a total foreign exchange gain of 29.3%, and a total coupon return of 5%. In aggregate, investors received a 75.4% return on their investment over the life of the Principal Protected Note. As with all investment, there are some amount of risk. So when we look at the risk associated with alternative investments are generally illiquid. The securities are generally unlisted, traded less frequently, and sometimes have low volume, which can affect the ease with which an investor can sell or exit without losing value based on their position. The capital is tied up for a much longer time period, and alternative investments are subject to a higher level of risk. So when you're investing in alternatives, it must be funds that you are not necessarily going to need anytime soon. So we're looking at more medium to long-term investment options. All right, so that is pretty much the end of my presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Yes, excellent presentation. I have a couple questions here. Just bring them up. First of all, let's say for the last 2 years, Daniel, what has been the return on any of the AI funds that currently?
Kamora, I'm unable to hear you.
I'm asking, what has been the return on the AI funds for the last couple of years?
All right, so the return would depend primarily on which of the fund you're invested in. I would have spoken to quite a few of the returns experienced in the various funds. So if we were to quickly look back at the structured product, which is the Standard & Poor's Principal Protected Note, investors would have experienced about 75% return on their investment. That note was a 5-year note. So
Okay.
over the 5 years, they would have experienced a return of 75%. And there are also other track records of other performances. So for persons who would have invested in the Corridor Holdings Limited, which used the Trans-Jamaica 8% preference share as its underlying product, they would have experienced significant growth in excess of about 40%. So these alternative investments tend to outperform our traditional investment options by far. And the Corridor Holdings was a 2-year investment.
Okay, a different level of risk, obviously. Who are eligible? What is the profile of the investor, who you would target to invest in instruments such as these, especially since the risk level is a little higher? Is there a line of demarcation?
Right, so predominantly the target group for these kind of investments are accredited investors. So once you're an accredited investor, then these options are available to you.
Okay. I'm thankful that you took the opportunity to share this information with us. But is there anything else that the group is doing to share the option of alternative investments, to sort of increase the investor awareness of this asset class?
So in terms of allowing investors to be more aware of what options are available to them under alternative investment, they can visit the NCB Capital Market webpage. We have information there, or you can reach out to any one of the wealth advisors at NCB Capital Market. We'll be glad to assist in terms of educating the investors and allowing them to know what options are available to them.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel. Excellent presentation. A whole new world of investment opportunities out there. And we thank you for your patience in working through the technology challenges initially, but smooth presentation, lots of information there. And if you could just give us your email address, if there's anybody online. We have quite a few people online who may want to contact you either to participate or to get more information. Could you just share your email address, please?
All right, so my email address is folks, so that's FOLKES, D for Daniel, A for Alex, at jncb.com.
Okay, so
I'm also going to share it in the group.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation, and thank you again for participating in the open house for National Investor Education Week. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a half an hour break, 45-minute break. We resume at 12:30, where we'll get into the loyalty card presentation, where we'll tell you more about the relaunch of the Jamaica Stock Exchange loyalty card. We have a short ceremony around that. Then we will have Patrice Minot at probably about 1 o'clock, speaking on the opportunities in IPOs, followed by the J-Trader Pro presentation from Dominic Jones from Sagicor Investments, and then Carleen Mullings from FHC Investments will speak about a holistic wealth creation solution. Thank you for participating. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be back at about 12:30. Thank you. For the persons here, there's light meal in the back you can participate in. See you shortly.
The Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known for the 5 months markets which it operates: main market, junior market, US dollar market, bond market, private market, but it is also recognized for its efficient deposit services. The JSE's deposit the Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known
the Jamaica Stock Exchange always looks for opportunities. And when we look at our strategic direction, we recognize that globally, exchanges are now concentrating on how they monetize data. The stock exchange has had data from as far back as 1969, which we believe that investors and issuers need in order to make informed decisions. Now, how do you do that? How do you get that across to the various constituents? It is in using technology in order to make that information available. And so, as it relates to the monetizing of data, the Jamaica Stock Exchange saw that there were various avenues. One, cable television.
Dear Mr. Street Forest,
The Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known for the 5 markets which it operates: main market, junior market, US dollar market, bond market, private market, but it is also recognized for its efficient depository services. The JSE's Depository Services Unit provides clearing and settlement, custody services, pledging of securities, mandate processing, and audit confirmation, among other corporate secretarial services. We are a firm believer in transparency and effective regulation. Hence, the JSE was demutualized in 2008. This saw the establishment of the Regulatory Market Oversight Division to ensure that the JSE's commercial and regulatory arms operate as independent units to allow for proper corporate fiduciary management. This process has strengthened our listed companies to be better able to manage disruptions and usually to merge as stronger institutions. Through hard work and input of all market participants, the JSE has been twice recognized by Bloomberg as the best performing stock exchange in the world in 2015 and 2018. The JSE is also recognized for hosting the leading investments and capital markets conferences in the Caribbean, and we want to become known to host the leading conferences in the world. The stock exchange has not only looked to facilitate business success, but also looked at how to give back to society. And out of that was born the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, JSSE, which has risen to the occasion and has been contributing well in reshaping the social fabric of our society. The JSE is well aware of the need for market education for sustainability through a well-trained workforce. Therefore, the JSE has developed accredited e-campus programs to ensure that the industry at all professional levels has the cadre of staff that is needed to propel it forward. Please visit the eCampus student portal at ecampus.jamstockx.com. Please visit the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange at jsse.jamstockx.com. For more about the Jamaica Stock Exchange, please visit jamstockx.com. What's next for the JSE? The Caribbean Business Exchange Cable Television Channel. Your region, your business, your source. The Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known for the 5 markets which it operates: main market, junior market, US dollar market, bond market, private market, but it is also recognized for its efficient depository services. The JSE's Depository Services Unit provides clearing and settlement, custody services, pledging of securities, mandate processing, and audit confirmation, among other corporate secretarial services. We are a firm believer in transparency and effective regulation. Hence, the JSE was demutualized in 2008. This saw the establishment of the Regulatory Market Oversight Division to ensure that the JSE's commercial and regulatory arms operate as independent units to allow for proper corporate fiduciary fiduciary management. This process has strengthened our listed companies to be better able to manage disruptions and usually to merge as stronger institutions. Through hard work and input of all market participants, the JSE has been twice recognized by Bloomberg as the best performing stock exchange in the world in 2015 and 2018. The JSE is also recognized for hosting the leading investments and capital markets conferences in the Caribbean, and we want to become known to host the leading conferences in the Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known for the 5 markets which it operates: main market, junior market, US dollar market, bond market, private market, but it is also recognized for its efficient depository services. The JSE's Depository Services Unit provides clearing and settlement, custody services, pledging of securities, mandate processing, and audit confirmation, among other corporate secretarial services. We are a firm believer in transparency and effective regulation. Hence, the JSE was demutualized in 2008. This saw the establishment of the Regulatory Market Oversight Division to ensure that the JSE's commercial and regulatory arms operate as independent units to allow for proper corporate fiduciary management. This process has strengthened our listed companies to be better able to manage disruptions and usually to merge as stronger institutions. Through hard work and input of all market participants, the JSE has been twice recognized by Bloomberg as the best performing stock exchange in the world in 2015 and 2018. The JSE is also recognized for hosting the leading investments and capital markets conferences in the Caribbean, and the Jamaica Stock Exchange, JSE, has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known for the 5 markets which it operates: main market, junior market, US dollar market, bond market, private market, but it is also recognized for its efficient depository services. The JSE's Depository Services Unit provides clearing and settlement, custody services, pledging of securities, mandate processing, and audit confirmation, among other corporate secretarial services. We are a firm believer in transparency and effective regulation. Hence, the JSE was demutualized in 2008. This saw the establishment of the Regulatory Market Oversight Division to ensure that the JSE's commercial and regulatory arms operate as independent units to allow for proper corporate fiduciary management. This process has strengthened our listed companies to be better able to manage disruptions and usually to merge as stronger institutions. Through hard work and input of all market participants, the JSE has been twice recognized by Bloomberg as the best performing stock exchange in the world in 2015 and 2018. The JSE is also recognized for hosting the leading investments and capital markets conferences in the Caribbean, and we want to become known to host the leading conferences in the world. The stock exchange has not only looked to facilitate business success, but also looked at how to give back to society. And out of that was born the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, JSSE, which has risen to the occasion and has been contributing well in reshaping the social fabric of our society. The JSE is well aware of the need for market education for sustainability through a well-trained workforce. Therefore, the JSE has developed accredited e-campus programs to ensure that the industry at all professional levels has the cadre of staff that is needed to propel it forward. Please visit the eCampus student portal at ecampus.jamstockx.com. Please visit the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange at jsse.jamstockx.com. For more about the Jamaica Stock Exchange, please visit jamstockx.com. What's next for the JSE? The Caribbean Business Exchange Cable Television Channel. Your region, your business, your source.
I was currently in the investment area, and I needed something to complement, what I'd previously learned in university. Something that was a little bit more applicable to the sector. In looking around and not necessarily being able to fund a $2 or $3 million master's, I came across the eCampus program. It seemed pretty interesting. The courses were very relevant to what I was doing. The cost, of course, was splendid compared to, majority of the programs out there.
As a mom, the online aspect of it was very intriguing to me because we could be just about anywhere for our classes in the evening. So even as we went on, team members we met up at various hotspots in Kingston and had our class sessions there.
It was one of those courses that intimidated me when I started. I grew to appreciate it as the course progressed. This course, the postgraduate diploma, has been instrumental in my getting this position here at the stock exchange.
While being at the real estate board as a strategist, I recognized that I really wanted to improve my ability to plan strategically for the organization. And I did the course, and for the first time in my life, I felt I personally could now create wealth.
eCampus itself is structured in a way that although it is within the financial sector, it is open to all persons who have an interest in the financial sector or just have an interest in doing well in their business.
If you are a broker or an advisor, if you're thinking of doing the CFA, this is definitely a course that you want to do.
Give it a shot. The way that Stock Exchange has structured their program, it's hard for you not to learn and take out the information that they're bringing across.
We invite you to come and enjoy the experience with us, where you can study anytime, any place, anywhere.
I was currently in the investment area, and I needed something to complement, what I'd previously learned in university. Something that was a little bit more applicable to the sector. In looking around and not necessarily being able to fund a $2 or $3 million master's, I came across the eCampus program. It seemed pretty interesting. The courses were very relevant to what I was doing. The cost, of course, was splendid compared to, majority of the programs out there.
As a mom, the online aspect of it was very intriguing to me because we could be just about anywhere for our classes in the evening. So even as we went on, team members we met up at various hotspots in Kingston and had our class sessions there.
It was one of those courses that intimidated me when I started. I grew to appreciate it as the course progressed. This course, the postgraduate diploma, has been instrumental in my getting this position here at the stock exchange.
While being at the real estate board as a strategist, I recognized that I really wanted to improve my ability to plan strategically for the organization. And I did the course, and for the first time in my life, I felt I personally could now create wealth.
eCampus itself is structured in a way that although it is within the financial sector, it is open to all persons who have an interest in the financial sector or just have an interest in doing well in their business.
If you are a broker or an advisor, if you're thinking of doing the CFA, this is definitely a course that you want to do.
Give it a shot. The way that Stock Exchange has structured their program, it's hard for you not to learn and take out the information that they're bringing across.
We invite you to come and enjoy the experience with us, where you can study anytime, any place, anywhere.
all 94 are national benchmarks tracked by Bloomberg. And while actually the meteoric rise has not let up this year, the Jamaican Stock Exchange is up 30% year to date. And this is just as the IMF says the country's economy is looking, well, healthier than ever before. Let's celebrate it now with the Stock Exchange Managing Director, Marlene Street Forrest. Celebrate the fact that it's 50 years old.
Yes.
That you've had these killer few years. What is then the secret sauce? What is getting it so right in terms of the bets on
Well, it is really to do with the economy. You know that we are stable and persons are optimistic about Jamaica. The business people, the consumers, we are optimistic about what is going on in Jamaica. And over those couple of years, what we also have been doing is encouraging Jamaican companies to do better in terms of their corporate governance, training, etc. So we have been putting in the hard work for the companies to perform well, and it is paying dividend.
I just looked, there's no Jamaica ETF, and I'm curious if there's a lot of interest from outside of Jamaica to more easily be able to invest in the country, and whether that is something that may be in the works, more vehicles for international investors to easily invest in your stock market.
So Sagicor has just launched an ETF.
Oh, there is?
Yes, so there was one just launched about 2 or 3 months ago.
Okay.
It's not directly called ETF, but it does the same thing. Until FSC does the total work in respect to the regulations. So we are moving in that direction. As a result of that too, we have just really put in 2 new indices. So we have had in the last 6 months, the financial index and also the manufacturing and distribution index. All of that in anticipation of really doing more ETFs.
What type of interest are you seeing from foreigners with regards to investing in Jamaica?
It is growing very rapidly, which is why too we are here in New York, and we were just in Canada, because people are curious, people are seeing the results as shown by the index. But more so, what is happening is that when you look on how the companies themselves are performing, they are performing well. There is a dividend payout, there is the stock price appreciation. So overall, we are doing pretty good. And as you know, the stock exchange is really a barometer of the economy.
I'm just digging into the outperformers, the individual stocks here. Barita Investments up 410% in the last 12 months. The exchange itself is traded, and you've done rather well, up at 180%. Radio Jamaica, Caribbean, cement. What sectors really outperform in Jamaica?
We have the banking sector that is doing well. The manufacturing sector is also doing well. And the banking and finance is doing well. So those sectors are doing well. And what we also have now in terms of the junior market, because we do have a junior market and a main market, and the junior market, all sectors, companies from all sectors are actually coming in to be listed on the exchange.
So when we look at some of the companies that were just on the screen there, that were popping up on the screen here, I mean, it's a pretty diversified mix. And one of the knocks on a lot of economies in the Caribbean and in that part of the world is the lack of diversification. And I'm just wondering, what is sort of the thread that got you to this point where you have this kind of diversification in your economy, in your market this way? I mean, what did you do right?
So what we did in terms of companies, we did not cherry pick. So the stock exchange really went out, and instead of being order takers, because most stock exchange are order takers, people come into them when they are ready. We actually went out to companies and we say, you have a good company here. Why not look to equity capital as against debt? Because a couple of years ago, the debt interest rate was very high. And really what that did was stagnate many companies. So we really had an opportunity to say to companies, look at debt, look at equity as against debt. Many companies were afraid of doing that because one of the things that they feel many times, because most of our companies are small and medium sized, they think that if they do that, they immediately lose their company. Our message had to be on target to say no. There is a regulation that 20% must be in the hands of 100 shareholders. They still have 80% of the company. So we went out and we spoke with companies. We also engaged IDB in terms of putting on a program that says access to equity capital. And we went out and we looked at for these companies and we actually worked with them to come to market. So it's more order making as against order taking.
All right, well, this is a very interesting story, of course, unfolding there in Jamaica. And our thanks here from Marlene Street Forrest. She's the managing director of Jamaica's Stock Exchange. Caroline?
Let's talk Jamaica. It had a banner 28.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
One of the major fears we had in listed on the stock exchange was the level of information about our company that would be out there. That's probably the major hurdle we had to get over. But we brought Ian on, and Ian came on to lead the charge for us to get prepared for listed on the stock exchange.
The 3-year span that we took to make that internal adjustment really have paved the way for where we are and what we are doing at this point in time.
Since our listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, I can truly say it has been a pleasant experience. My name is Derek Cottrell. I'm Chairman and CEO of Derman Trading Company Limited, and we are listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Hope everyone is refreshed and ready as we complete the second half of our agenda in the National Investor Education Week Open House at the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Now we're going to have a relaunch of our JSE loyalty card, a very important part of our relationship management initiatives. And I'm going to ask our marketing and communications manager, Mr. Neville Ellis, to come up and give us some opening remarks.
All right, thank you very much, Andre. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to those online. In 2016, the JSC acquired the services of Sure Loyalty to launch its loyalty program. The JSC saw the need to give back to persons who are investing in the markets. The JSC Group Brand Loyalty Rewards Program, as we call it, is a collaboration between the JSC and its listed companies. Since then, we have expanded to non-listed companies. This loyalty rewards program entitled investors, our members, to loyalty points for purchases made from the participating companies, and ideal for listed companies and non-listed companies to be on board, because there are over 280,000 investors in the market, and these are persons who are willing to make purchases. The benefits to participating companies are as follows. It generates additional sales revenue from premium targeted group. It converts wealthy investors, your customers, into loyalty customers, assists with marketing strategies, and attract new customers to your establishment. It also takes advantage of direct marketing and communication opportunities derived from loyalty membership, and collaborates on promotional and marketing activities with the JSC. The program offers free membership, as the JSC is geared towards converting over 280, as I said before, existing individual investors into loyalty customers. 280,000, I beg your pardon. Not 280. 280 will be a drop in the bucket. 280,000 existing individual investors into loyalty customers who, on purchasing goods and services at participating merchants, will earn a percentage of each sales transaction back into loyalty points. This will cause an increase in customer traffic and sales for the participating companies. For the investor, it's a way for the JSE to say thanks for participating in the market. In 2017, we launched a program with 6 merchants: the Jamaican Teas, Carbon Assurance Brokers, Dermont Trading, Northwood Express, Lasco Financials, and our own JCE campus. And since then, we have added Fosteridge to the list. However, COVID came along, which totally disrupted the program. And today, we are here to relaunch the JC Rewards program. And we want all of our investors to participate. We're going to be soliciting more merchants to come on board so that the range of merchants that are participating in our loyalty program will be increased, and you'll be able to get increased reward. So the JC is looking to give back and to assist our listed companies to have increase in revenue. And then we believe that with increase in revenue, there'll be increase in profits. And we're also looking for non-listed companies also, because we are hoping that once they participate with us, they themselves will get listed on the stock exchange, which will increase the number of companies on the exchange and the number of companies that investors can look forward to invest in. So today we are looking forward to a great program, which is the JC Loyalty Rewards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Neville. Certainly looking forward to this relaunch. And the several people online, please take note of this. This is going to be the what's in it for you part of the presentations. So if your colleagues are not yet following us online, please ask them to do so on our YouTube channel, because this, I believe, shall be the second half of this program, shall be the highlights of the afternoon, including the opportunities in IPOs, JTrader, using JTrader, and holistic wealth creation. But particularly right now, I'm going to ask Mr. Dexter Toller to tell us more about the JSE loyalty card. Afternoon, Dexter.
Thanks, Andre. Good afternoon, all here in person and online. Mr. Ellis did quite a good job in explaining the overarching benefits of the JSE loyalty program. So what I'll focus on for you all is the nitty-gritty details of how you can actually benefit. The whole program was conceptualized by Dr. Marlene Street Forest, and she said the program provides the incentive for shareholders to experience another side of the companies that are listed on the stock exchange. Is what she terms as a full circle facility, which spreads the benefit from the company to the investor and from the investors back to the company. Basically, you're making people who invest in the company and provide capital investment to actually become customers of said company, which inadvertently benefits both increased sales for the company in question, and increased sales means increased profits. And we'll get into it as we move into the What is the JC Loyalty Program? It's a program that offers JC loyalty points, discounts, and other special incentives to the registered investors. And this is designed to stimulate repeat business at the listed companies, because the success of the listed companies is one of the objectives that the JSE has and encourages. In looking at it internally at JSE, we had all the ingredients for a successful loyalty initiative. We have over 280,000 registered investors already in our registry. We also had a list of dynamic companies offering various lifestyle goods and services, and those are the two main ingredients you need for a successful loyalty program. So bringing the two together would increase sales for the companies that participate. Increased sales leads to increased profits. Increased profits leads to higher stock value. And higher stock value mean more returns on the investor's investment. And it gives a chance for the listed companies to show their appreciation, a small gesture to say thank you in investing and believing in us. Right. Sorry. No. So it's simply a value add initiative. In addition to what the core business of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, they wanted to create more perks and benefits to coming into the family. So the value add initiative recognizes you and rewards you for your patronage of the companies that participate in the program. We've created this facility to incentivize you. Why would you do it? Because you're getting loyalty points which rack up and actually convert to a dollar value which you can redeem at any one of the participating stores. So what we've done is establish a new market segment on this marketing platform where we exchange value to the investors and increase sales to the companies participating. And as Mr. Ellis mentioned, we want to create a carrot so other companies who are giving consideration to themselves become listed. Going to see these 200,000 registered investors as potential new customers to their business just by joining the stock exchange. And pretty much just to stimulate consumer trade activity overall. How it works. All registered investors automatically qualify for membership. It's an entitlement. It's an opt-in. So it's guaranteed. It's just left for you to decide to participate. You simply download the JC Loyalty app from the Google Play Store to activate your personal account, and you're all set to go, painless. The participation merchants, what they do is they commit a percentage discount on all purchases made from an activated investor member. So it's not if, when, or but, you're entitled to this committed discount. So any purchase you make at that participating merchant, for every dollar you send, you get 1 JSE point, loyalty point. And these points are recorded on your personal mobile app. So you're always aware of what's happening with the loyalty account, which is not necessarily the case with the other loyalty programs. To speak, I find you would all share this experience that at any one point you're not sure of your standing or status on a loyalty program. You'd have to make some call to some help desk or so. With the JC Loyalty program, it's real time, and everything is kept and displayed on your personal mobile app. Yes, so the other side of it, that was just getting it activated and start enjoying the benefits by purchasing goods or services. How it leads to a reward is that on a fixed 3-month cycle, the members' accounts are assessed, and if you meet or exceed the threshold of 25,000 points, that is converted, and the voucher, a reward voucher, is sent to your mobile app on your phone. You're not waiting in the mail hoping to get something. It comes straight to your phone, and that voucher can be redeemed from said phone at any one of the participating partners. So you have freedom of choice. You will decide where you want to enjoy your rewards. These are just the logo images of the participating merchants so far. As Mr. Ellis mentioned, there is in process efforts to invite more lifestyle retailers on board. But as it stands, you have Knutsford Express, all the Sampars, Grocery Chain, Alaska Financial Services, Dolphin Cove, Jamaican Teas, Supper's Delight, Yaman Adventure Park, the most recently Foster Rich Group, and the Select Grocers. For the merchant, why would a merchant want to participate? Mr. Ellis touched on a couple of them. To acquire, we have 280,000 registered investors in our portfolio. These are value-conscious people who have disposable income. So we have that whole market segment we would want to direct to your place of business. Additionally, for the merchant, he gets the luxury of communicating directly to any identified or profile segment of the entire group. If he's opening a location in Clarendon, we will let investors who reside in and around that area know of the grand opening and go and enjoy the benefits. So those are a couple of the reasons. Of course, the newer, more growing brands, lots of especially the companies listed on the junior stock market are young brands, so they seize the opportunity to build that brand through association with the Jamaica Stock Exchange, which is so prominent, with other dynamic brands, to build confidence in the brand, which leads to increased business. And it's a no-risk facility because the participating merchants, the whole program is modeled where it's premised on results. You only issue loyalty points when you get a sale. It's not like you do a big marketing campaign and hope it rings home. This one is directly tied to the objective of getting increased sale. Right, and for the merchant, you get to keep focus on your core business. You know nothing about running a loyalty program. That would be a whole department and a strain on your time. Joining the JC loyalty program, you get a fully managed and administered loyalty program complete with member support, the training of your CSRs. We brand your location wherever it is on the island. We engage both member and the merchants. And on occasion, we offer your CSRs incentives just to keep the excitement around the program. The platform itself is a specialized loyalty platform with a lot of functions and features, very convenient. Namely, a lot of people don't know exactly where Yaman Adventure Park is. Actually, the app is modeled and linked to Google Maps. So all you have to do is just tap on the location of interest, and it maps you from where you stand to that location, giving you all the details, minutes to get there, best route, all of that. So those are some of the conveniences that you'd enjoy, the merchant would enjoy coming on the program. And of course, the program being offered by the Jamaica Stock Exchange. This is the #1 stock exchange in 2015 and 2018 in the world. So everybody recognizes and respects the JSE's accomplishment and brand. So the fact that you have a loyalty program being operated by a highly influential and respected institution like the JSE builds a lot of confidence. You're not guessing if, when, or but. Because a lot of these programs, popular programs, like your Air Miles, you don't know where they're going or coming, you don't know what time to your points. That won't happen when operated by the Jamaica Stock Exchange, because that is what they do. For the investor, it's first and foremost, it's free. It's barter. You already invested in the stocks that you sat down and spoke to your broker about. And this is just an add-on where you can get guaranteed discounts just for being a registered investor. We at JSE too want to make you feel special, make you tell a friend about it. How can I get onto that? Come on board and invest. So that is the major thrust behind this program. It's free to you. By design, operating it, getting on it, activating it is all convenient and seamless. Everything about it is real time. We are getting to that space. Everybody is in this now kind of setting. So the mobile app is connected. So as you negotiate a transaction, you get a permanent digital receipt. One, your points are accounted for and updated immediately before you leave the cashier. Your voucher comes straight to your phone, which you negotiated from your phone. So we've plugged all those gaps when we created this platform for you all. And its overall intent is for you to, everything about the JSE is about wealth, growing, attaining wealth. And we think this is another way. You being value conscious enough to turn to the Jamaica Stock Exchange to create your portfolio. This is another way to benefit. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you the patience to watch this 2-minute video. Pretty much a summary, but more beautifully done by Paula Ann Porter. And I'll take the questions just after. The video on this, please. Yeah. Right, have some volume.
On your phone. Just download our app. It's free. Register and start enjoying the benefits of loyalty at your fingertips. The home meets convenience with our loyalty app, and it's easy. No need to find wallet space for yet another card. No need to even remember your wallet or purse when you can have a real-time loyalty experience on your phone. Just download our app. It's free. Register and start enjoying the benefits of loyalty at your fingertips. The home screen is a great place to start. There you can see your current point status, notifications of special offers and sale events, and a short list of your favorite merchants. You can also view your member card by tapping on the floating icon. Scroll through the growing list of merchants and you can filter by retail category or check out specials and promotions. Choose a merchant to see details like location, opening hours, Google Maps navigation. You can even share via social media or email. Vouchers you can use but won't lose. Your digital vouchers are delivered to and redeemed directly from your phone. No more faded receipts. Get a permanent transaction log of all your purchases and redemptions. View charts of your shopping history by merchant or retail category. Contactless, cardless, loyalty transaction processing. Loyalty meets convenience with our loyalty app. Download and activate now to start enjoying the benefits.
Great. As I said, much more pleasantly presented. But do you have any questions in terms of clarity on how the program works, how you can get involved? Anything you would have wanted to suggest? Because it's a growing facility and we always have open ears. Yes, sir.
All right, Jermaine Williams. I remember when you just first launched this car thing at an annual general meeting, members of the Jamaica Central Security Deposit, they were there promoting it. What method are you going to use now to get out to the shareholders who are not here and who may not be aware of you relaunching it? Is it that you are going to use the annual general meeting of listed company to promote this, and is it that persons, shareholders who turn up to the annual general meeting will be able to sign up and such like? I just want to find out that. Thanks.
Sure. Excellent question. He was asking how we're going to get the word out. We're going to use all the communication channels that are open to us, to include annual general meetings. We have very active social media handles. We have registry, which part of that registry, we have the contact details for every registered member. We send them dividends and other notices. You're going to be on our website. We're going to have customer call center just reaching out. So every possible communication channel, the loyalty program awareness campaign will be a part of it, to include the cable channel and any another facility. So it's going to be hard not to know. Sir? Any questions? Oh, sure. Please, go ahead. Google Play Store, Android is already up and running, and for the iStore, it's just completing its test, but it's coming very shortly after. However, while we wait on that, the ISO app being published, it's not so, it shouldn't affect you, the registered investor, because the program platform is so savvy that in the absence of your app, you can use your mobile phone number. Point to note, a lot of you, when you first registered as an investor, might have changed your phone number, your address, so it have to be an updated number, because we're going to use the last number we have on record, which may not be your current number, and that would present an issue. So that's the only caution I would extend. But to make the point, iPhone holders, investors, you still can enjoy the benefit. Go ahead and do the registration process, and you can use your phone number to identify or get your loyalty entitlements at the point of sale, any cashier or reception area that you're at. But excellent question. Okay, I'm going to hand over to Andre. Thanks for your time and attention, and we're looking forward to you participating.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tolo. And we are looking forward to the grand relaunch of the program. We believe that this will stimulate and further interest investors. There's another question here. Is the app available on iPhone or Android? Yes, that was answered. That was answered. Dexter answered that. That's the last question he answered, right? All right. Thank you very much. Certainly, that will transform the value that you get from being an investor in the Jamaica Stock Exchange. And when you look, thank you, Dexter, for the effort, and we look forward to the pomp and fanfare that will go with the relaunch. All right. Now getting further down into our agenda to speak about IPOs, that glorious topic. We have with us Patrice Minot, investment manager at Burita Investments, who has over 11 years' experience in navigating the diversified financial services industry, where she has honed her skills in sales, team building, and financial analysis. She's a licensed financial professional and an investment manager, holds a Bachelor of Business Administration from the University of Technology in Banking and Finance, and is currently pursuing her MBA in Finance. She is deeply committed to pursuing the right path for her clients and to ensure that they achieve their own personal financial objectives. To demystify the topic of IPOs and the opportunities that exist in IPOs, I welcome Patrice Minot, Investment Manager, Burita Investments.
Thank you, Andre. Good afternoon, everyone. Andre, you can just indicate if you're hearing me clearly, and I will just allow Kamar to share the presentation, and then I will begin.
Yes, we're hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me just bring up the presentation.
We're seeing it, so anytime you're ready.
You're seeing the presentation?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Alrighty. Hold on a quick second. Okay, perfect. Kamara, not seeing it on my side, so.
One again, Kamara. One second, Patrice.
Let me just go here. All right, I'm going to begin, okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, so today I'll be offering some insights on opportunities in IPOs. Okay, so of course we have to start by defining IPO. What is an IPO? An IPO, a quick second. An IPO is an initial public offering. It is a process of offering shares of a private corporation to the public in a new issuance for the first time. So basically, privately owned companies will list its shares on a stock exchange. Here in Jamaica, it is a Jamaica Stock Exchange. By listing their shares, they're making them available for purchase by the general public. And the main purpose of this is to allow companies to raise capital from public investors. We're going to move on by looking into opportunities in IPOs. The first one that we're going to look at is the opportunity to act early. By investing in an IPO, you can enter the ground floor of a company with a high growth potential. An IPO may be your window to rapid profit in a short time period. It may also help grow your wealth in the long term. The next opportunity it poses is that you're able to buy cheap and earn big. Small investments may provide great returns. Now, the IPO price is often the cheapest price if you invest in a small company that has a potential to grow big. That is because the company may offer a discounted rate. If you miss the IPO window, investing in that promising company may be difficult because the stock price may skyrocket within the first 3 weeks of listing. Another opportunity is that you'll be able to meet long-term goals. IPO investments are equity investments, so they have the potential to bring in big returns in the long term. For example, say you should invest 100,000 Jamaican dollars in a $1 IPO today, and that IPO price advanced to say $50 within the next 10 years. Then your $100,000 investment will then worth $5 million. Would then worth $5 million, and that is what we call wealth creation. So again, you want to meet long-term goals, and IPO offers that opportunity to do so. A third opportunity is portfolio diversification. So upon reviewing your existing portfolio, an IPO could be a good addition to give you that diversification that you want. Because when you're investing, especially in the equity market, you want to look at, you want to have a diversified portfolio where you have finance companies, you have manufacturing, you have companies maybe in the tourism sector, etc. So you want to have that diversification. Another opportunity is that it creates your generational wealth. And generational wealth is basically you as an investor starting the process of creating monetary value for your children, your grandchildren, and even your great-grandchildren. We're going to move right on into some benefits, some additional benefits of IPOs, right? The first one is listing gains. One of the benefits of investing in an IPO is a gain on the listing date. Now, let's look at two recent IPOs, for example. In July, we had One-on-One Educational Services. Their IPO price was $1 per share. On the listing day, the price skyrocketed to approximately $1.83. What that means is you would have had an unrealized gains of 183%. Today's date, the current price is like $1.52, so you're still in a gain position. Let's look at another one. In June, we have the Dollar Financial Services. Again, their IPO price was $1 per share. On the listing date, the price advanced to $2.88. What that again means is on listing day, you would have been experiencing a gain, an unrealized gain of 288%. And currently, today's date, that particular stock is now trading at $3.26. So coming from $1 IPO to $3.26, you're still in a gain. So that's one of the first benefits of the IPO. having a gain on the listing date. Liquidity. Investors can sell the stocks in the open market once the company goes public. So once an IPO is listed, it's now referred to as a stock, equity, or share, which is now tradable on the market, and investors can decide to sell and take their profit if needs be. Another benefit is IPO norms. IPO listings tend to be safe and professional, as the prospectus consists of enough information in deciding to invest. Now, what is a prospectus? The prospectus is the official document issued by the company that includes description of the company and its operations, financial performance of the company, typically for the last 5 years, along with the terms and condition of the stock offering, and also may include any other information an investor may need to decide. Another benefit is transparency. Anyone investing in an IPO and receiving shares allotment becomes a company shareholder. This transparency is more so on the price per share. So you as a small investor may have or will have the same information as the bigger investor per se. So in wrapping up this short and spicy presentation, I'm going to leave you with a few takeaways. IPOs can offer the opportunity of creating wealth. IPOs also poses risk, just like any other stock. However, if you invest in a company that has the potential to grow, then your investments will grow with the company. An IPO depends on the market sentiments on any particular day. Investors should consider all related factors before investing in an IPO. And any related factors would include, what is your goal in investing in this particular IPO? Are you looking for growth? Are you looking for passive income? What is your outlook? Is it that you want to say do this for a 1, 2 year or 5 year, etc.? Essentially, at the end of the day, you want to have a goal in mind and you want to remain consistent with that goal while being patient in the market. So that's it for my little presentation as it relates to opportunities in IPOs.
Thank you very much, Patrice. That last slide with the takeaways, could you just walk us through the process? Somebody new comes to you who you haven't interacted with before and they want to establish a portfolio, let's say. You spoke about goals and stage of life, etc.
Andrew, I'm going to ask you to repeat for me, please. I'm not hearing you so clearly. Which slide you want me to?
No, the final slide, which speaks about the process of onboarding and how you select what. What you said investors should consider all related factors before investing in an IPO. Somebody comes to you who you have no prior relationship with. Could you just walk us through the process of what you do before you onboard them, and depending on life stage and risk tolerance, what a portfolio would look like?
Okay. All right, perfect. So just a general investor coming in, new to investment, not sure what to do, not sure what is it that we're offering. My general approach is, yes, you might not understand fully what you're doing, but it's just one question. What is it that you want your money to do for you? What you want from your money? Essentially, a typical person wants their money to grow. Right? So with starting with that, getting an understanding of what is it that investor needs, I look at the outlook. Say you have 100,000 just to start. How long can you put down this money before you need it? Because if it's that you're going to start school in January and it's your school fee, then I probably can't invest it in an IPO, right? So the first thing that I will do is understand the goal. What is it that you want? How long you can invest this funds for? What is it that you're looking for? IPOs come to the market based on the document, which is a prospectus, as I mentioned. They'll have different guidelines in terms of a company dividend policy, how they plan to pay dividend. And dividend, for persons who are not so much familiar with it, is where a company would opt to pay out shareholders a portion of their profit to shareholders. So if you as an investor, you have X amount, you can invest this for a 1 or 2 period. You might want to look more towards dividends. Then I would recommend a stock or an IPO that has a greater dividend payout than others. The other part of that is if they're looking for growth. So we look at companies similar to the 2 examples that I've mentioned earlier with high possibility of growth potentials. Right? So generally the process is listening to the client, understanding what their goal is, what outlook they have, how much they have to start with, and then the recommendations will come in from there. It doesn't have to be a one-time deposit. It could be a periodic deposit. I mean, you need to actually look at your income, and if you can put aside 5% of your income on a monthly basis to invest, then we can look at putting a plan of you creating or starting to create that generational wealth.
Okay, thank you. You spoke about the meteoric rise in early trading for the prices of some IPOs.
The listing gains?
The meteoric rise in the post-listing prices of some IPOs in early trading. Yeah. Is this, I just want you to clarify, is this expectation, or is what should the investor expect immediately after an IPO? In recent times, we have seen some meteoric rises, but as a general rule, I just want you to clarify, is this what the general expectation of an investor is post-IPO?
Should be. Okay, thanks for that question. So the general investor should understand that, right? So remember, IPO is when a private company is issuing some of their shares to the general public, right? That's in an IPO. On the listing date, what will happen is that you'll see the trade taking place among investors. It has nothing to do with the company per se. So what that means is that if the company issued 10 million shares on listing day, trading, which is buying and selling of that stock, will take place among investors, which is the market. So typically what is to expect is that within that first 2 weeks of listing, you will probably find, or most possible find, an increase or an uptake in the price because of the demand in the market. Because of course, persons may necessarily say, okay, I'm going to sell when that list, with the hopes of that the price will go up. So when you have a market where it's just traders among each other, and you have a high demand for sell, you might not necessarily have a high demand for buy, because of course persons wouldn't miss out on a discounted price to just go and get it on the market. But you still have that level, and then the relation between the selling and the buy is really what will hike up the price within that first 3 weeks. So the expectation is typically on the first day of listing, within the first week, maybe up to 3 weeks, you might see a high price, and then gradually that will remain consistent in terms of, depending on how the company is performing, what will drive the price. Because a company now, you want to look at what are they doing? Are they looking to expand? Are they doing that? And then consumer sentiments also can drive the price. So typically within the first week or 3 weeks, because of the demand in the market, the price will hike, and then it will generally be on a growth path depending on how the company is performing, what they're doing, along with consumer sentiments.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much, Patrice. That was quite comprehensive. I think that the several questions that would have come up have been addressed. I want to thank you for taking the time to join us today. And I want you to also, if you could just share with us your email address so that the persons online and here, if they have any other questions, if they can reach out to you directly.
Thank you very much. I will put it in the chat as well, and I'll make it available. If person is listening, they could go to the Barita website. They can search for my name, and it will take them to the page that has a link directly to me where they could set a meeting, a one-on-one discussion as well. My contact details are there. They can reach out, and I can answer any questions they may have.
Okay, and what's the Barita website? Please just remind us.
Barita.com.
www.barita.com.
Yeah, so just go to barita.com, click on the search option, enter the name Patrice Minot. It will comes up with the information, the meeting link where you can set a one-on-one meeting, and the contact details are there as well.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, Patrice.
Thank you so much. Have a good rest of the day.
Okay, same to you. All right.
Bye.
All right, so that was Patrice Minot, Investment Manager, Barita Investments. We are standing by for our next presenter, and we'll just take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back.
Local financial institutions was that they were cautious and slow to act, and interest rates were far too high. We had real concerns about financing our business through outside equity investors and the possibility of interference. Could we get a fair valuation for our business? We had our own ideas about the business and its value. Should I go the traditional route of bank financing, or should I try the Jamaica Stock Exchange? So we made a call and experienced transformation of our business through conversations. I'm John Mafood, CEO of Jamaican Teas, and we're listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
When I was thinking about listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange junior market, I was concerned about my private life and didn't want the public to be involved with my life and my family. After making that call to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and having the conversation, I was much more comfortable and my questions were answered. And today, we're listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We have gotten the capital that we needed for expansion. I would encourage everyone who's thinking about the Jamaica Stock Exchange to go get listed. My name is Hugh Graham, and I'm a member of the Jamaica Stock Exchange junior market.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
We needed to raise capital, but our experience with local financial institutions was that they were cautious and slow to act, and interest rates were far too high. We had real concerns about financing our business through outside equity investors and the possibility of interference. Could we get a fair valuation for our business? We had our own ideas about the business and its value. Should I go the traditional route of bank financing, or should I try the Jamaica Stock Exchange? So we made a call and experienced transformation of our business through conversations. I'm John Mafood, CEO of Jamaican Teas, and we're listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the...
When I was thinking about listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange junior market, I was concerned about my private life and didn't want the public to be involved with my life and my family. After making that call to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and having the conversation, I was much more comfortable and my questions were answered. And today, we're listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. We have gotten the capital that we needed for expansion. I would encourage everyone who's thinking about the Jamaica Stock Exchange to go get listed. My name is Hugh Graham, and I'm a member of the Jamaica Stock Exchange junior market.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Dolphin Cove Limited has been on the stock exchange for 3.5 years. It's been a great experience, but going on the exchange when it was first suggested by our directors, I opposed it greatly. We were guided in the process, and it became an easy process to list on the stock exchange. The sale of our shares gave us the money, which was what we needed to really grow and progress. I'm Marilyn Burrows, Director of Marketing for Dolphin Cove Limited.
I'm Stafford Burrows, CEO of Dolphin Cove Limited, and we're listed on the junior market of the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation
through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
We needed to raise capital, but our experience with local financial institutions was that they were cautious and slow to act, and interest rates were far too high. We had real concerns about financing our business through outside equity investors and the possibility of interference. Could we get a fair valuation for our business? We had our own ideas about the business and its value. Should I go the traditional route of bank financing, or should I try the Jamaica Stock Exchange? So we made a call and experienced transformation of our business through conversations. I'm John Mahfood, CEO of Jamaican Teas, and we're listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
What do these people know that you don't know? They understand how listing on the Jamaica Stock Exchange can improve the profitability of their company. They know the potential for increasing the company's capital, the governance requirements, the tax responsibilities, the ownership implications, and the procedures for listing. They have the knowledge to make an informed decision on whether or not to go public. Knowledge is power. If you don't know, you can't act. Begin a conversation with the Jamaica Stock Exchange to gain the information you need to make a decision.
I'm Stafford Burrows.
I'm Marilyn Burrows.
My name is Hugh Graham.
I'm John Mahfood.
My name is Derek Cottrell, and we are listed on the Jamaica Junior Stock Exchange.
Give us a call today at 876-967-3271 to begin your transformation through conversation. We want to see your company listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
JSE has been operating for over 50 years with a mandate to mobilize capital. The JSE has done this not only to grow business and create wealth for investors, but in doing so has become a part of the economic foundation of the country. Hence, the exchange is not only known for the 5 markets which it operates: main market, junior market, US dollar market, bond market, private market, but it is also recognized for its efficient depository services. The JSE's depository services unit provides clearing and settlement, custody services, pledging of securities, mandate processing, and audit confirmation, among other corporate secretarial services. We are a firm believer in transparency and effective regulation. Hence, the JSE was demutualized in 2008. This saw the establishment of the Regulatory Market Oversight Division to ensure that the JSE's commercial and regulatory arms operate as independent units to allow for proper corporate fiduciary management. This process has strengthened our listed companies to be better able to manage disruptions and usually to merge as stronger institutions. Through hard work and input of all market participants, the JSE has been twice recognized by Bloomberg as the best performing stock exchange in the world in 2015 and 2018. The JSE is also recognized for hosting the leading investments and capital markets conferences in the Caribbean, and we want to become known to host the leading conferences in the world. The stock exchange has not only looked to facilitate business success, but also looked at how to give back to society. And out of that was born the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange, JSSE, which has risen to the occasion and has been contributing well in reshaping the social fabric of our society. The JSE is well aware of the need for market education for sustainability through a well-trained workforce. Therefore, the JSE has developed accredited e-campus programs to ensure that the industry at all professional levels has the cadre of staff that is needed to propel it forward. Please visit the eCampus student portal at ecampus.jamstockx.com. Please visit the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange at jsse.jamstockx.com. For more about the Jamaica Stock Exchange, please visit jamstockx.com. What's next for the JSE? The Caribbean Business Exchange Cable Television Channel. Your region, your business, your source.
The Jamaica Stock Exchange always looks for opportunities. And when we look at our strategic direction, we recognize that globally, exchanges are now concentrating on how they monetize data. The stock exchange has had data from as far back as 1969, which we believe that investors and issuers need in order to make informed decisions. Now, how do you do that? How do you get that across to the various constituents? It is in using technology in order to make that information available. And so, as it relates to the monetizing of data, the Jamaica Stock Exchange saw that there were various avenues. One, cable television. Two, the use of your iPad, the use of your telephone, in order to ensure that you have that information at your fingertip. We have looked at many exchanges worldwide, and we have seen how they have been able to package these data for their investors, their issuers, and we intend to do the same, not only for investors in Jamaica, but obviously, as our name suggests, Caribbean Business Exchange right across the region. We are sure that how we package this data will attract you, the viewers, because it is intended to be hard data, however, in an entertaining manner, in an engaging manner, and so that you will be able to utilize it.
Okay, we are back. Thank you very much. Apologies for that 15-minute delay or technical challenges with our next presenter, but he is now here and he is ready. So the next presenter is Mr. Dominic Jones, who is a wealth advisor with Sagicor Investments Limited. And he will be speaking on the very important topic of how to use JTrader Pro. That's the Jamaica Stock Exchange's online trading platform to buy and sell shares. The bio reads that Dominic is on a mission to help investors who are serious about achieving their investment goals. He has a background in financial modeling, analysis, and company valuation, which serves to provide his clients with the unique advantage of how to identify and take advantage of early investment opportunities. He has worked in the financial sector for 4 years and is currently employed at Sagicor Investment as a wealth advisor. He's a graduate of Kingston College, sorry to hear, and he holds a Bachelor of Science degree from the Management Studies from University of West Indies, Mona. In his spare time, he enjoys watching football, basketball, and mixed martial arts. So maybe I shouldn't have said that, eh? Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to please welcome Mr. Dominic Jones.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the introduction. I am Dominic Jones, Wealth Advisor with Sagicor Investments. And all right, good afternoon again, everyone. I'm Dominic Jones, Wealth Advisor with Sagicor Investments. And today I'll be presenting on using JTrader Pro, how to make a trade on the platform, and how to sign up and actually use the platform. Thanks for the introduction, so let us begin. All right, so first we're going to start with what exactly is JTrader Pro. So JTrader Pro is the online platform by the Jamaica Stock Exchange that allows clients to buy and sell shares on their own at their own convenience, no matter where they are, as long as it's within the trading hours of 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. JTrader asks for more timely decision making. There will become some times where, as an investor, you have to act really fast to get a stock at a particular price range, and JTrader allows the possibility to get that done in a very timely manner, as I have on the slide right there. The alternative to using JTrader to make a trade at Sagicor, clients can also send an email that the traders will act on, but in the line of communication from you sending the email to the trade being acted on, a couple minutes might have passed and the best price that you were looking for might no longer be available. So JTrader adds the benefit of being timely, being convenient, and another great benefit of using the platform is most brokers have a cheaper commission rate when you actually use the platform. So Sagicor, for example, if we do a trade for you, the commission is 2% that we earn. If you go online and do a trade your own on JTrader, the commission is only 0.5%. So it's cheaper for clients, it's more timely, more effective, and I believe it's the best way if you want to become a better trader and investor personally. I have a URL in the slide where you can go to access JTrader. Go back. All right, so I have a URL in the slide where you can go to access JTrader, which is jtraderpro.jamstockx.com, and it is easy to sign up. I have a tutorial video actually done by the Jamaica Stock Exchange, just outlining the registration process that we'll get to up next.
of the login page or just below the continue button. Go through the 5-step registration.
We'll start that over, sorry about that.
Go to jtraderpro.jamstockx.com. Select sign up online at the top right-hand corner of the login page or just below the continue button. Go through the 5-step registration process by filling out the information at each step and clicking continue at the bottom of the page to move on to the next step. Be sure to fill out all the boxes with a red asterisk as they denote required fields. At step 3, click the blue question mark beside password to view the requirements for setting your password. Note that answers to security questions are not case sensitive. At step 4, review all the information entered. If you need to make changes, click edit at the respective area. If all the information is correct, select the checkbox and click continue. At step 5, download and read the terms and conditions. Once in agreement with the terms, click agree and submit. A notification will appear on your screen informing you of a successful registration. Log into the email account used to register your JTrader Pro user account and open the email from webmasterots@jamstockx.com. Check your junk mail if you do not see an email in your inbox. Click on the hyperlinked word HERE contained within the email to activate your account. You will be directed to an account activation page where you will see a confirmation that your account is activated.
All right, so that was the video on the registration process. It is important to note that you don't actually need a JCSD account to register for JTrader. So if you don't have a stock account right now, that's no excuse for not having an account on JTrader. You can actually have and sign up for the account and open your stock account after to get the JCSD account. The next video that I have...
Registering a JCSD account.
Outlines the process of
To register a
adding the
JCSD account, click the account.
All right, sorry about that. The next video that I have right here just outlines the process of adding the JCSD account to the JTrader platform. We'll play that video now.
Registering a JCSD account. To register a JCSD account, click the Accounts tab and select Add JCSD Account or click the Add JCSD Account button on the right side of the page. To add an existing account, select Yes in response to the question, do you have a JCSD account? Enter the required information in each field and click Continue, then Save. Your request will be processed and approved by your broker. To request a new account, you may submit a request to one of our participating member dealers. To do this, select No in response to the question, do you have a JCSD account? Enter the required information in each field and click Continue, then Save. Click the blue question mark at any time for further information about each field. Your request will be submitted to your broker of choice, who will contact you. For new account requests, please note that once the process is complete and you have been assigned a JCSD account number, you will need to add your account through the Add an Existing Account process and await approval by your broker.
All right, so that was the video on adding your JCSD account. We'll now skip to the next slide. All right, so this is a screenshot that I've pulled just to explain the home page. Over the years, the JTrader platform has gone through some improvements, so we have a bit more tabs than you've actually seen in those videos just now. So starting from the left, the first box that I have outlined, we click that plus sign, you can actually see the amount of shares that are owned in the account that you have. You might also notice that I have about 5 different plus signs there. That is to just indicate that you can have more than one JCSD account added to your JTrader platform. So if you have multiple brokerage accounts, you can have an account by yourself, you can have another account that's a joint account, as you can see by one of the names that I have there. So you can add multiple accounts from that account section. Moving over on the Accounts tab, the Accounts tab allows you to do funds in or out requests, and we'll talk a bit more on that in later slides. It allows you to add more accounts, as I've been saying. The trade tab allows you to actually place a trade on the platform or view past trades that you have made. You can go back and see a complete history of trades, no matter if it's 6 months ago, 1 year ago, or just yesterday. The history will all be there. The Price Watch Alerts tab, as the name suggests, it allows you to set a particular price alert to say if a particular stock has traded for a price that you indicated, you'll be alerted. The Markets tab allows you to view the activity for listed companies on the different markets, whether it be the main market, junior market, the USD market, and it also allows you to see details about the buy and sell queues, which I think is another great benefit of using the JTrader platform. You get access to information that you wouldn't necessarily have if you just send an email or allow your broker to do trades for you. The Messages tab, that's the tab outline if there are any further changes made to the platform. That's where you'll see the information. The Settings tab allows you to change your password or change your security question if the need arises. The last arrow that I have that points to View Details, that's where you get to look at your account statements. That's where you also get to see the complete history of all the fund in and out requests that you've made on the platform. All records are kept on the JTrader website, so I believe it is very effective for managing your trading and becoming a better investor overall. Can skip. Right, so now that you've registered for JTrader and you've added the JCSD account to the platform, the next step I'm sure everybody would want to know is how do you actually fund your account? So on the platform, this is called a fund-in request, and typically to do a fund-in request, when you open an account with a broker, you'll be provided banking information to actually make a transfer to. So with Sagicor, you open a stock account, we provide the financial information, how to fund the account. You make a transfer to that bank account provided. You alert us you've made that transfer, provide a receipt if there is one, and let us know that you have a funding request, and we will approve the request and the money will be made available on the platform. The opposite of a funding request is a funds out request, and this usually is necessary after you've sold a stock and you actually want that money that is now on the platform, the proceeds from the sale, to go to a personal bank account. That's when you'll do a funds out request on the platform to actually reap the rewards of your trading and have that money to use for another personal expense or to just have it in your personal account. In the next slide, we'll outline a little video on actually the fund in and out process.
From funds deposited with your broker through the online trading platform is easy. You may also request withdrawals through the same process. Simply click the Accounts tab and select Fund In or Fund Out Request, or click Fund In or Fund Out Request on the right side of the page. Making a fund request. Fund In will be selected by default. Fill in the required information and once completed, click Review Request. Review the requested information carefully. Click Edit if you need to make changes. If there are no changes, click Confirm. You will be advised on the status of your request and how to check on its progress. Click OK to exit this page. Making a withdrawal. Click the Accounts tab and select Fund In or Fund Out Request, or click Fund In or Fund Out Request on the right side of the page. Select Fund Out. Fill in the required information and once completed, click Review Request. Carefully review the requested information. To make changes, simply click on Edit. If there are no changes, click the Confirm button. To cancel submitted fund requests, please contact your broker.
All right, so that was the video on funds in and out requests. One change one thing that I just want to note, you no longer need to contact your broker to cancel a pending request. Some of the updates that have been made to the platform, clients can now cancel a pending fund in or fund out request on their own. I would have mentioned that some improvements have been made to the platform. So now we're going to talk about actually making an order, now that money is now on your JTrader account. Before we actually make an order, I think it is important to know the different types of orders that you can make on the JTrader platform. I want to say the two most popular, in my opinion, I would say are limit and market orders, but for information purposes, I'll explain them all on the platform. So first, we're starting with limit orders. So a limit order, as the name suggests, is you purchasing or selling a stock with a specified price in mind. And the specified price will actually be your limit. So if you're buying a stock, you're buying up to that limit. And if you're selling a stock, you're selling down to that limit. So let's say you're trying to buy a stock and your limit price is $5. You'll buy anywhere lower than $5, $4.95, $4.90, but you won't go above $5. And the reverse is true if you're selling. So you're willing to sell for $5.20, $5.10, but you're not going below $5. So you're selling with a specified price in mind, and that is your limit. All right. Market orders now. Market order is basically you buying or selling a stock at the going price for that stock. Whatever the market price is at that time, or whatever the going rate is at that time you're setting the order, that is the price that you're willing to buy or sell for. So a market order actually ensures that your order goes through. So it is the fastest order to actually make. And as I said, I believe those two might be the two most popular orders, limits and market orders. All or none. This is another type of order that you can make on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, JTrader's platform. Many of you that might already use the platform might see these orders, but might not know what they are for or what they mean. So I'll try my best to create some better understanding right here. So an all or none order basically means that you're making an order to buy or sell a stock, and it must be executed in full or not executed at all. So if you're trying to buy, let's say, 100,000 units at $5 per share, but there's no seller selling that amount, the order will not be completed in part. It will just remain in the queue until those parameters can be filled. That is the all or none. So it has to be completed in its entirety or it's not executed at all. The fill or kill option is similar to say that an order has to be executed immediately in its entirety, and if not, the order will be canceled. So it sounds very similar, but there's a key difference in the two orders. One order will just not be executed, but it will remain in the queue, that is the all or none, while the fill or kill will be canceled if it cannot immediately be traded. Going on the last type of order that you will find on the JTrader platform is the fill and kill. And the fill and kill basically means that your order to buy or sell, it can be executed in part, and whatever balance that was not traded, that's the amount that will be canceled. So in the same example that I said that you're trying to buy 100,000 units at $5 per share, if there's only 30,000 units available at that price, the 30,000 will be traded and the remaining 70,000 will be canceled. And that is basically it. I tried to give some practical examples, and here I have a tutorial by Surgical Investments on making a trade.
Then setting up your new JTrader account. Now that you're online and set up, log on to the portal and use the following steps to start trading. Step 1. Select Place an Order. Step 2. Select JCSD account and enter your JCSD account number. And Step 3. Select the appropriate buy or sell option. Step 4. Type the name of the stock symbol you wish to purchase, for example, Sagicor SJ. It will auto-populate the fields. Step 5. Select order type. If you select market, it indicates that you wish to purchase at the current price at which the stock can be bought or sold. You will notice that the price field is grayed out. If you wish to input a specific order price, select the order type limit. This will now give you the option to input a price in the price field. Step 6. Input the number of shares you wish to buy or sell. Step 7. Select expiry type as good till date. For expiry date, input in the calendar the date of expiration. Step 8. Select review request. The price summary at the end of this page gives you the current market prices for the stock selected. For example, best ask indicates the lowest price investors are willing to sell the stock, and best bid indicates the highest price investors are willing to buy the stock. Also, the reference price is the base price that is used to determine the upper and lower limits the stock price is allowed to move using the 15% circuit breaker rule. Step 9. Select the checkbox to confirm that you have made all necessary checks and agree with the terms. You may then select Confirm, Edit Order, or Cancel. It is important to note that the market opens at 9:30 a.m. and closes at 1 p.m. Mondays to Fridays. It takes 2 business days for the trade to settle after the order is complete.
Sounds good. All right, so next we're going to break down actually viewing some information on the market. Here I've attached a screen capture of the junior market, and being on JTrader allows you access to this information. I've circled a stock that I want us to focus on, being tropical. So over to the left, the heading was read symbol, and symbol is basically a short name that is given to listed companies on the JTrader platform. So for example, SOS, that is the symbol for listed companies, stationery and office supplies. Tropical that I have circled, that's the symbol for listed company, Tropical Battery Limited. So this screen capture, I'm just going to break down different headings and what they represent. So market status. Market status would indicate that at the time the screen capture was taken, the market was closed. Best bid quantity, as we see there, 10,749, if we're focusing on tropical. It shows that at the best bid price of $2.40, investor is trying to buy 10,749 units. Going across, you have the best ask price, which we see is $2.57 per share. And that seller is trying to buy 2,505 units. We have the opening price, which is $2.50 for tropical battery. The last traded price indicated by that heading is $2.40. VWAP, which stands for the value weighted average price on the day, which will effectively be the close price on that day of trading, is $2.33 per share. And we have the next heading, which basically indicates the dollar value change from day to day. So we see where the opening price is $2.50, but the value weighted average price for the day is $2.33, which represents a 17 cents decline, and that is why we see it under the change column right there. The movement tab just basically shows if a stock price remained the same on that trading day. If it went up, as you can see in the arrow, located for stationery and office supplies, and for Spur Tree, Tropical, and T-Tech, you can see the arrow pointing down, and it's red indicating that the price actually fell that day. Total quantity traded, that covers the amount of units that was traded for a particular stock on that day. High and low basically indicates as the name suggests, the highest price the stock traded for on that particular day and the lowest price. And total value traded shows the actual dollar value of trades made for that stock on that day. You can skip to the next slide. Actually trading on JTrader actually allows you to see buy and sell cues. This is another big advantage, I think, there is to using the platform. The average investor who does not use JTrader wouldn't have access to this information right here. they would have to request it from their broker and have it be provided. It is more timely, it is at the palm of your hands when you use the JTrader platform. And I'll just break down what is it you're looking at right here. This is the buy and sell queue for tropical battery, the same stock that I had circled. So on the left side, you can see the price buyers are willing to pay and the amount they're bidding. On the right side, you can see the prices sellers are asking for. So on the left, if you look, you see the highest buy price is $2.40, and sellers are asking for $2.57. So they're at a bit of an impasse. I like to think of the stock market as almost like a literal market where buyers and sellers come together, and there's a bit of negotiation, there's a bit of bidding as both buyers and sellers are trying to get the best possible price. Everybody is looking to make a profit. So as things line up, as we can see it right there, no trade can actually be made until both prices become equal. So a buyer would have to decide if $2.57 is actually quite an attractive price for this stock, maybe I should actually get some, or a seller would have to settle for $2.40, but the point is a meeting has to occur for a trade to actually make. Right now, the buy and sell queue kind of looks like a standoff of orders, as it's not actually meeting together. And this, as I said, this information is on the JTrader platform. I think it is very key to have. It allows me to pick appropriate prices when I'm trying to trade on my own. And this is information that is at your fingertips when you sign up for JTrader Pro. This is another chart that is available on the JTrader platform. Just like you have access to buy and sell queues, you have access to trading chart histories, which shows the fluctuations of a particular stock's price over time. The default view is 3 months, and here I screen captured the details for tropical battery. So just now we saw the prices buyers and sellers are looking to pay, and have the date over there on the same day that we pulled the screenshot, which shows the average price is $2.33, just as we indicated before. And looking at the line graph, you're able to kind of see a bit of a trend with the tropical stock. It goes back 3 months, so on the left, we can see in July, I inputted the price that was there. It was $2.90 per share. And then we have on October 11th, which is more recent than July, the price was $2.33. So you actually have the information to say that, the stock has been falling. Maybe now might be a good time, or maybe you do some digger deep in to see actually why the stock price is falling. But being on JTrader, being actively trading, you get to see this information. You get to see if the bid prices are rising up, which might indicate that the stock price might go up in totality, or if you see if there's a lot of sellers coming into the market, further pushing down the prices more. The downturn for tropical battery might indicate that there was a surplus of sellers, or the demand for the stock would have went down, indicated by the price moving from $2.90 in July to $2.33 in October. It also shows the volume that is traded for each day, and wherever you put your mouse on the chart, it will show the different indicators, price, volume traded for each particular day. So as as an investor, this is something that I tend to look at in line with the buy and sell queue and the different statistics that is at your fingertips with JTrader. Again, if you just send information to your broker to act on a trade on your behalf, you would not have access to this chart or a buy and sell queue. Move on. I think that might be the end of my presentation, as I just outlined introduction to JTrader, how to fund the account, how to buy and sell shares on the platform, and how to actually find out, if necessary, how to sign up, and hopefully this presentation was informative for you guys. Hopefully you learned something new here. I outlined the different order types on the market. As I said, I know that not all of them are frequently used. So for those who just saw it and didn't know, now you know. So thank you guys for having me.
Thank you very much. There's a question online that I need for you to answer, but evidently you are the expert because you have working knowledge of this platform for sure. The question, Dominic, is having set up an online account, why do I need to have a brokerage account as well?
Hello? All right, so in Jamaica, speaking in local terms, everybody needs a broker to actually make a trade. You cannot just go to the Jamaica Stock Exchange and say, hey, I'm interested in investing, please sign me up. It is required for every person who wants to make trades in Jamaica to visit a broker like Sagicor Investments and first create an account so they can have a JCSD number to sign up for the JTrader platform. It is a requirement, and you're not able to just go directly to the Jamaica Stock Exchange because they are not a broker.
Yes, the question came because you mentioned that you can set up a JTrader account if you don't have a JCSD account. But what I guess the addition is that if you want to do a trade on the floor of the Jamaica Stock Exchange, you have to have all trades go through brokers. So you must have a brokerage account. Am I correct?
Right, that is correct. So you can always have the account on JTrader, but you won't actually be able to make a trade. It is helpful to have an account. Some people tend to delay in actually signing up with a broker, but I think the first step might be to just create that JTrader account and then visit the broker of your choice.
Thank you very much. Very comprehensive and informative presentation. Could I ask you to just say your email address so that Kemar can just type it in the chat for anybody who would want to contact you directly?
All right, no problem. So my email address is Dominic, DOMINIC, _Jones, JONES, @sagicor.com. And my number is 822-3991. Right. No problem.
822-3991, 876-822-3991. For those of you who want another level of education on how to use JTrader. Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic Jones, Wealth Advisor, Sagicor Investments. Thank you for the time today. Okay, our next presentation is actually on bringing the whole thing together, providing a holistic wealth creation solution. And this will be done by Carleen Munnings, who is the General Manager of FHC Investments Limited, First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union. Carleen is a seasoned banker with almost 2 decades of experience in relationship management and business development in the industry, with a proven track record of building and maintaining profitable businesses. Prior to joining First Heritage Cooperative Investments Limited, Carleen served as many senior roles in a few financial institutions, including Victoria Mutual Wealth Management, where she was head of sales and client services. She also has extensive experience in launching new product lines that have resulted in the transformation of businesses and, of course, the strengthening of the company's balance sheet position. Carleen was also instrumental in establishing new branches for a local bank, contributing to the development of a successful revenue and customer base and in the business's strategies of the group of companies. Without further ado, I ask you to welcome Carleen. Whichever. You can come up here if you want. If you want to. You can sit down there if you want. I can move for the presentation for you first.
Thank you, Andre. Good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to see you all face to face, isn't it? But welcome to our viewers online as well. And thank you to the Jamaica Stock Exchange for continuing this National Investor Education Week. I know that you've had a lot of information imparted to you throughout the day. So I promise not to keep you too long, but I think one of the things that we grapple with sometimes is having to execute on the information that we get. So a lot of times we get the information, but putting that information together and applying it to our individual situation sometimes is a little challenging, even for licensed advisors. So bear with me, I'm going to take you through how you can apply all the information that you have heard today and even before today. Before I start though, let me just tell you quickly who FHC Investment is. We are a subsidiary of First Heritage Credit Union, and we started our operations in 2011. We are investment advisors licensed by the Financial Services Commission. We're a pension fund manager, pension fund administrator, and more recently, a member dealer of the Jamaica Stock Exchange. So we acquired that broker license earlier this year, which means we can offer you the securities that are available on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. Now, I'll share with you, I want to set the foundation for the wealth creation. It requires input on our part, and it also requires behavioral characteristics. Two critical are being disciplined. So it was Warren Buffett who said, we don't have to be smarter than the rest, we have to be more disciplined than the rest. So it doesn't follow that the more smart you are, the more wealthy you'll become. But what is important is that you are disciplined. So it is more likely that the more disciplined you are, the more you will achieve those wealth goals, right? Peter Drucker also said, unless commitment is made, there are only promises and hopes, but no plans. So again, it's requiring us to be committed. You know, sometimes we hear the information shared with us over time, and for whatever reason, we keep putting off that commitment. So we'll say we need to get a raise in pay, or the business needs to pick up, or we need to pay down our debts before we can start investing. And I'm here to tell you that that means you are not willing to make that commitment. So two things, you need to commit, and then of course we need to apply the discipline. So we all have goals, don't we? Are those some of your goals? Our goals will vary, they'll differ individual to individual. But whatever those goals are, usually we have to put together a plan so we can achieve those goals. And that requires several input on our part. I like to refer to these three that I'm going to talk about as critical success factors. So the first one is time. Remember now, we're building wealth for financial freedom to get to those goals. Whatever the goals are, to own a yacht, to travel the world, have our private jet, we have to accumulate the wealth, right? So that's the wealth plan that we're building to get to those goals. It's not an overnight and it's not a short-term objective we're looking for, because financial freedom, you want that to last for a lifetime. Nobody wants financial freedom and then you go back to your original situation, right? So it means you have to be prepared to put in time. And a lot of times we tell ourselves, yes, we're in this for the long haul. But as soon as situation changes, so a good example is what's happening in the markets over the last 2 years. As soon as the situation changes, we're ready to cash out and run. We have to stay grounded to our plan. Then, of course, we have to determine a capital amount. How much are you able to invest? And I want to share with you, do not wait until you have that lump sum, because probably we will never get that lump sum unless we win the lotto or we come into some inheritance, right? So the good thing is you can invest that capital over time. The key thing is to start. Just start now. Start with what you have. Your amount will differ from your friends and your brother and your sister and your family members. Whatever you have, just get started. And I promise you, when you start, it gets easier. So that capital will come over time, right? And then, of course, so you've made the commitment. You have determined how much capital you will start with. The question now arises, how do I invest? What do I invest in? Should I choose stocks? Are bonds better than stocks? Should I look for real estate? There's a lot of talk now about cryptocurrencies and other non-traditional investment classes. I will help you to answer those questions. But first of all, I want you to think about the financial life cycle. Typically, we all go through 4 major stages of the financial life cycle, right? There's the stage where you start out. You're young, and I see a lot of young persons here. You're just starting out in your job, straight out of school or college, university. Then you move into what I call the acquisition phase, which is where you're now building the family, building up more assets. Then, of course, the early retirement years come very quickly, and then the retirement years. So you need to think about where you are. At the early career stage, your situation will vary depending on which stage of the life cycle you are at. And so will your wealth creation plan. So at the early career stage where you're getting started, of course, sometimes we start out with our student loan, or we may have purchased a motor vehicle. We got a part-time job while we were studying, so we have some level of debt. We now have our first job. We're looking to start that investment plan. In your mid-career or your acquisition phase, you're now looking to take on a family, buy your home, or expand or upgrade your home if you were able to do that earlier. At your pre-retirement stage, you are now looking to what I call wind down, right? So you're trying to get rid of debts as much as possible and to prepare yourself to get into retirement where you will now be spending, right, all of those funds that you would have accumulated. So let's look at what your wealth creation plan should look like at the beginning. You're getting started. So what this means is your debt level should be low. You may have a student loan, as I said before. You may have a motor vehicle loan, but you would be building up your credit at this stage. Your need for cash would also be low. You don't require a lot of liquidity. So the savings account and the money market instruments, treasury bills, fixed deposits, you don't need much exposure to that. You could take on some exposure to fixed income by way of bonds, but what you should be investing heavily in at this stage are stocks. So I've outlined here on the slide what your portfolio could typically look like. You could look to add some growth stocks listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange. You can look to acquire some high-yielding bonds across different regions, the Latin America region and the Caribbean. And a good way to get into some of these could also be through a fund that is managed by a fund manager. So you have the option of buying into these assets directly, depending on the amount you're starting with. But if you're starting with a smaller amount, you can get in through the managed portfolios, right? And last but not least, please start your pension account immediately. My mother told me your first paycheck, you need to set up your retirement plan from your first paycheck. So open your pension account. If you're working with an employer who offers that as a benefit, it's good to get enrolled, but that is not a restriction now. In Jamaica, you can participate in an approved retirement scheme even if you're not a part of a superannuation plan that is offered by your company. And there are several available, including through FHC. And I'm going to tell you some more about the importance of that pension account as we get to the retirement stage. So we're moving down up or down the financial life cycle, and you're now at the acquisition phase. Your need for cash now becomes a little more than when you just started out, because of course you're looking to protect your family from any unplanned eventualities, right? Your debt now becomes medium to high, so your portfolio would have more levels of debt. Because remember, you're now acquiring more assets. You're looking to buy a home or a second home or upgrade your home. Your stock portfolio will still be medium to high, and you can look at this stage to include stocks across different regions as well as across different currencies. Did you know that the Jamaica Stock Exchange now offers trading on the Canadian Stock Exchange and soon to be on the US stock exchanges? So that gives you more diversification in your stock portfolio. And of course, you can look to expand the suite of bonds that you have in your portfolio. So at the early stage, I indicated you can look for some high yield corporate bonds. At this stage, you can add some government bonds as well. So you have Government of Jamaica, Government of Trinidad, Government of Guyana. Those government bonds you can add to your portfolio. At this stage, your pension account, you should be looking to also increase the contribution. So if it's a superannuation plan, the basic contribution is 5% of your income, but you can go as high as 20%. If it's a plan that you are contributing to on your own, the approved retirement scheme, you can do as high as the 20%. You are not restricted. So we get to the early retirement years. And notice your portfolio composition has changed here. So your cash needs become greater here. You are now looking to have more liquidity, right? Remember now your early retirement, past your 50s, going into your 60s now. You want to have more liquidity. You want to protect your principal as much as possible. Your debt would be medium to low because you're looking to pay out some of those debts now, pay off the mortgage and any other loans that you would have had in the earlier stage. Your stock portfolio is also taking on a new dimension, so you're looking to wind down the level of your stock exposure. And so your portfolio would be looking to include more blue chip stocks, right? Because remember now, you're reducing your risk. So you're looking for blue chip stocks, companies that pay good dividends as well. So you'd be looking to earn dividend income more so than capital gains from your stock portfolio. And then, of course, your pension account, as I said before, you should be contributing the maximum, 20% at this stage, if not earlier. And then we get to the retirement years. Your need for cash, notice that goes up to high. Your debt, the debt in your portfolio should now be at 0, ideally, right? So after you're 60, getting to 65, you don't want to be looking to pay off any debt at that stage, certainly not from your retirement proceeds, right? Your stock exposure is low at this stage, and of course, your fixed income or your exposure to bonds are much higher at this stage. And in your portfolio, you would be looking to have more short-term secured bonds that would be paying you a steady stream of income. Typically, the bonds pay interest semi-annually. Some will pay quarterly. So you want to have that steady stream of income throughout your retirement years. And your pension account is the account that will replace that steady income stream that you had throughout the working years. And I've highlighted it here because I want to show you a benefit, and I hope if you take nothing away, please pay keen attention here. The reason the pension account is important throughout those years is it's important for a number of reasons, but I want to highlight the tax savings that this pension account allows you. So I have 3 scenarios here, and I'm going to walk you through them. So let's look at someone who earns $3.5 million per annum, right? From that $3.5 million, the NIS payment is deducted. It's a percentage or a flat fee depending on your earnings, right? So in this case, it's $90,000. NIS is deducted from your salary once it's paid. Let's say you are not contributing to a pension account. So your pension contribution there is 0. By law, we have an allowable threshold on which we pay taxes. That threshold is 1.5 million. So anything over 1.5 million would attract income tax. So we deduct that 1.5 million. Your taxable income, the income on which your taxes are going to be calculated now, is 1.91 million, 1,910,000. 25% of that is 477,500. That is what is taken from your earnings and paid over to the government. So remember, you've put nothing away in a pension account in this scenario. We move to the second scenario, and in this scenario, you have decided to contribute 5% of your income towards pension. So same 3.5 million, you pay your NIS. That 5% in pension contribution works out to 175,000. We deduct the threshold, 1.5 million, so your taxable income is now 1,735,000. And 25% of that is 433,750. So that's what is paid to the government, right? Now, look at scenario 1, where you paid 477,500. In this case, you paid 433,000 in taxes. The difference there, which is 43,000, I can't see the slide clearly, but the difference between scenario 1 and scenario 2, the amount in taxes, is what you paid to yourself in savings. So that went into your pension account instead of going to the government. And we take that a step further. So in scenario 3, you are now contributing the 20% maximum in pension contribution that is allowed by law, tax-free. And in this case, your taxable income now moves to $1,210,000. Your pension contribution for the year would be $700,000. And your taxes on the $1,210,000 now becomes $302,500. So the difference between the 302 and the 433 is what you paid into a savings account for yourself. That's the difference between the 5% and the 20%, is what you paid into your pension account, towards your retirement. And the difference between the $477,500 in scenario 1 and the $302,500 is what you would have paid as well if you were comparing paying zero into a pension versus the 20%. Now I know that your cash flow would also reduce, right? Because you're paying out $700,000, and then your take home would be much less. But think of it that you really are giving up that cash flow today for your retirement years, right? And a part of that cash flow that you're giving up would not entirely have come to you in your pocket. As you see in the calculation, part of it would have gone to the government in taxes, right? So I urge you, if you take nothing away, make sure that in your wealth creation plan, you have that pension account along with your stocks and your bonds and your money market throughout the different phases of your financial life cycle, as I said before. So I know you all have made the commitment, you are exercising the discipline, and so you now need to get to the action plan, right? And many of you would have started. Some of you need to revise that plan, that's fine. What you need to do is, as I said, the behavior change is important, the commitment and the discipline. And then, of course, you need to choose your licensed financial advisor who will help you to execute on that plan. At FHC Investments, we are happy and ready to help you to craft the plan if you haven't started, and if you have started, to sit with you to see how we can enhance the plan with you. And our contact information is on the screen. You can reach us via email. You can visit our website. You can call us or WhatsApp us as well. And you can also find us on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter. Thank you.
Very, very, very well done, Carleen. Carleen brought the whole day together. We spoke about, all day we've been speaking about how to, products, services, etc. Carleen just brought the whole thing together and said, after you have all these products, how do you now allocate the funds? How do you now plan for the future? Excellent. So, we've come to the end of day what? 5, 6? Oh, there's a question in the chat. Could you read it, please? Okay. The question is, Carleen, I think you heard it. I just want to hear it. Read it, repeat it for all the people online. As a government worker, can you have an additional pension fund, pension contribution outside of the government takes 5%, I believe, as a minimum? Can you invest in another plan outside of the 5%? So like say you wanted to do the 20% you spoke about, 5% from government, the other 15 would come from where?
Thank you, that's an excellent question. So by law, we are permitted to participate in one pension plan. However, if your pension plan I don't know if you can increase your contributions at your workplace. That's the first thing that you will need to check, because the 5% is the basic, but you can do an additional, which is called a voluntary contribution, and that should take you up to the maximum of the 20%. I do know, though, that there is a reform on the way of the Pensions Act. It's a second phase of the reform, and I know that there are discussions for us to be able to participate in more than one plans, but that is not in effect as yet.
Thank you, Carleen, but certainly that doesn't preclude the individual from saving that other 15%.
So if the pension restricts you, you can always look to augment that pension or retirement plan with the other types of investments that we spoke about earlier.
So what kind of tax advantage investments would fill that same bracket?
So there are several. There are long-term savings accounts which are also tax exempted. Some investment houses offer that. Most financial institutions will offer that as well. And then there are also some bonds that are not taxable. So usually those bonds, though, would have been issued in another jurisdiction. It's registered in another jurisdiction, and they are tax-free. So they are few and far between, but there are tax-free bonds available as well that can fill that gap.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carleen. Excellent presentation, as I said, brought it all together very well. So we are now winding down this day. We have one more day to go in Jamaica Stock Exchange's National Investor Education Week. Yes, the presentation is online on our YouTube page. You can watch it over. What did you miss? Well, apart from the prayer from Charlene earlier and the wonderful welcome by Neville, you also missed a presentation on how to buy and sell shares from Kerry Ann Newman, investment manager at Berita, and we thank her very much. You missed a presentation on investing in real estate on a budget by W.K. Hamilton, Realtor, Sagicor Property Services. You missed a presentation on investment in yourself. Investment in knowledge pays the best dividend. That was from Kevin Powell, principal of the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus, who spoke about several of the courses being offered by the Jamaica Stock Exchange eCampus to assist you in being prepared, not just to manage your own personal finances, but also to contribute effectively to the growth of our economy. Wealth creation and alternative investments was presented to us by Danielle Folks, Senior Wealth Advisor, NCB Capital Markets. The use of mandate and its benefits, that's from the Jamaica Central Securities Depository, and how to execute your dividends. That was from Ms. Tamika Ricketts, Assistant Manager, Registrar Services, JCSD. And of course, the whole mystique about IPOs was explained to us by Patrice Minot, Investment Manager, Berita Investments. And then Dominic took us right through how to use JTrader effectively, and a comprehensive presentation on how to use JTrader. And finally wrapping up, Carleen Mullings, General Manager, FHC Investments, brought the whole thing together. So we thank all the presenters today. Carleen, we just need your email address so that anybody needs to contact you. You could just give it to Kamara and he'll put it in the chat, because that presentation certainly would inspire persons into action. So Carleen's email address will be added to the chat on the YouTube page, and you can re-watch all aspects of the presentations yesterday and today online. So again, thank you all for staying with us. Thank you for the several persons online who participated, who kept us abreast of what was happening. When our volume levels went down, they told us that they need to go up a little bit. And thank you for participating. We ask that you join us tomorrow. Now we will have our youth forum tomorrow afternoon, where the youngsters will get the opportunity to weigh in on all aspects of investor education that are relevant, particularly to them, and they'll have their questions answered and information imparted to them. Thank you all very much for staying with us today, and we hope to see you tomorrow and at all our future events. Thank you.